apology from Professor Jonathan Jansen. He's out of the country at the same time of this meeting now. And then from the members chairperson, we have one from Dr. Wynand Bossel from the FFP, one from Ms. Chantal King from the DA. Those are the apologies, Chair, and then, as you mentioned, the load shedding challenges.
Thank you very much, Shanaz, for those apologies. I think at some point we may have to discuss apologies that come from those who are meant to, dealing with plans of a department is or of an entity is a very important part of the work we do as a committee to be brought into confidence in terms of the department or the entity's readiness for the year ahead. And so I think as a committee, we may have to discuss at some point apologies that we receive when we're dealing with crucial matters like the plans of a department or the entity. So having said that, I would then like to move over to the South African National Space Agency. That will be led by Ms. Xoliswa Kakana, who's the board chairperson, and the CEO, who's currently acting CEO, Ms. Andiswa Misa. Let me look at the time. It's 9:06. So colleagues have an hour to present. If you can't do it in less than an hour, maybe 45 minutes, we'd truly appreciate that. If we can try and do it within 45 minutes, we'd appreciate that. And then from after the 3 presentations that we'll receive, which will then include the Academy of Science of South Africa, as well as the South African Council for Natural Scientific Professions. We'll then have discussions and then allow our colleagues to respond, and then our meeting will conclude. So I'll now hand over to colleagues from SANSA.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members of the committee, officials of the department, and other entities present this morning. My name is Xoliswa Kakana, and I am the chair of SANSA. I'm accompanied by the board, the entire board of SANSA, except for one apology from our board members and our acting CEO and the entire executive team. I would like to thank you for this privilege for us to present our revised strategic plan for the period of 2020 to 2025 and our APP, which is our annual performance plan. The opportunity to revise our strategic plan, which was triggered by DPE requirement to adopt impact and outcomes-based approach, presented us with an opportunity to further align our strategy to our desired strategic trajectory, taking into consideration both local, continental, and global developments. Just to give a short context, so far SANSA has achieved several key milestones in support of the National Space Program, and we remain on course in terms of delivering our set of priorities for the 2020 to 2025 year term. Overall organizational performance over the past 5 years has averaged around 90% against our APP targets, and we remain focused on transformative initiatives and strategic partnerships in order to support the implementation of the space program of the nation in accordance with the organizational mandate. The focus of our board and management for now is on the transition of our business model, change management, and strengthening our delivery capability, particularly filling of our key executive roles, as Ms. Melissa, our acting CEO, will share with the committee. As an organization, we are also focusing on strategic projects that will deliver immense value for citizens, whilst at the same time earning SANSA the needed income that will contribute towards SANSA's long-term sustainability. I will now be inviting our CEO, as being conscious of the 45-minute request. I'll now invite our acting CEO, Ms. Andiswa Mlisa, to present to the committee. And in her presentation, she'll provide highlights of the revised strategic plan and the APP. She will also share the financial summary that is characterized by a decline in the fiscal allocation, which further for us highlights the need to secure more funding for key strategic projects, such as the Operational Space Weather Center, the Space Infrastructure Hub, the Concurrent Design Facility, and other projects that will help augment our income for SANSA. I will be inviting Andiswa Mlisa to therefore take over and present to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just going to put on my the slides. And if I may get confirmation that the slides are visible.
Yes, we can
see the slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am mindful of the load shedding. I'm also on load shedding, and so the video will be off if the honorable members can allow me that liberty to save bandwidth and the batteries. Good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. It is a pleasure and a privilege for the South African National Space Agency to be making this presentation to you, looking at the revised strategic plan for 2020-2025 periods, as well as the 2022-2023 annual performance plan to the committee. 1st April 2022, SANSA celebrated 11 years of its existence, of course, building on a heritage in terms of the space activity in the country. The board chair has given some of the highlights in terms of our performance over this 11-year period, and we're looking forward to continue the excellent path that we have been under. For the outline of this presentation, we're going to be taking you through the revised strategy, the outputs that are outlined in the 2022-2023, which connect to the outcome indicators of the strategic plan, as well as the key challenges and the focus areas that the institution will be looking at come 2022-2023. We will also briefly share with you the financial overview of the organization and give you maybe one or two tidbits in terms of the strategic projects and their performance for 2022-2023. The strategic context for SANSA that has also further led to the revision of the 2020 strategy earmarks a new trajectory for the organization. And this trajectory is towards ensuring that we meet the objectives as provided in the South African National Space Agency Act. I will take a few minutes just to take the committee through what it actually means, the strategic objectives that are entailed in the Act for SANSA. The promotion of the peaceful use of outer space is one of the key major pillars of our existence, because this talks to the uptake of space services and space products by our government to ensure that we have a capable state. We foster international cooperation in space-related activities, whether we're talking about the treaties that we have to assign up to as the country, or leveraging these partnerships and collaborations to make sure that we deliver towards a capable state. Fostering research in space science, communications, navigation, and space physics, we will all know that without fundamental research as well as applied research, especially in a technology field like space, we would then fall short in delivering fit-for-purpose products and services. The advanced scientific engineering and technological competencies and capabilities through human capital development, outreach programs, and infrastructure development are the key pillars that ensure that we deliver programs that are actually aimed at providing output and impact to government national development plans. And for these, we start at the early stage, at the STEM level, all the way to professional development. Support the creation of an environment conducive to industrial development in space and technology. This is in recognition that government cannot actually drive the space economy alone. We actually need to ensure that our industry, this is the private sector, participates in the space economy for job creation, but as well as to make sure that we position the country strategically within the global space market. So when we look at this revision, it is towards meeting these 5 pillars. The mission statement for the organization is embedded and is taken directly from what we have been provided in the SANSA Act. When we look at the vision statement, this is the agency's response to the strategic and operational environment, and will enhance the rollout of key programs related to Earth observations and space operations, exploration, whilst assisting the agency to strengthen its contributions towards the effective implementation of navigation and positioning and satellite communication programs in accordance with its mandate. Maybe what's noteworthy to point here is due to the fiscal allocations, the aspects of navigation and positioning and satellite communications of our mandate are not at the stage where we would like them to be. To reach this vision, we have outlined 6 outcomes that we will achieve with our strategic plan in the next 5 years. And as the board chair has already noted, these outcomes are now aligned with the instruction that comes from DPME. The outcomes, you would see that start to talk to human capital development, the generation of knowledge, the participation of industry, and the leveraging of our national as well as international partnerships, and the building of an infrastructure that enables a growth in the space sector as a whole. All of which, of course, is aimed at positioning SANSA to be a key enabler for the implementation of government's space-related policies, as well as government delivering on its mandate. I will now take you through some of the outcome indicators at a high level in terms of what we're aiming to achieve with this. The outcome 1 is looking at achieving an average research publication rate for the South African researchers in direct space-related areas. The interventions that will be put in place here look at supporting fundamental as well as applied research outputs for use in the development of new knowledge, new technology platforms, and for new products and services. Space is a fast-moving technology space, and therefore we need to keep abreast, if not be ahead of the pack in this regard. This outcome also contributes to our BBBE strategy and focus, in particular around funding and supervision support provided to researchers from designated groups. The second outcome looks at us achieving an average of 30% operational expenditure on SMEs. Here again, we will note that we need to make sure that as a government entity, we promote growth of the sector through investments that we make. And this will be done through direct contracting with a focus on SMEs for both the upstream, this is the engineering and the satellite built aspect of our industry, as well as the downstream activities. And we're starting to also put in the midstream as well, where the processing chains are actually developed. This will also foster collaborations to ensure industry promotion. Here we're looking at advocacy to support industry sustainability and transformation. Practical example around this is making sure that when we do go to the international platforms, we showcase our industries. And this is normally done through exhibition booths that allow spaces for each company in the country to actually showcase its own products, and SANSA facilitates the access to that exhibition area. The BE focus here is looking at promoting preferential procurement to SMEs in line with the midterm budgets for 2019 to 2024 targets. The third outcome is ensuring that we do have an absorption rate of our postgraduate students. And here we're looking at up to 20% of all registered postgraduates registered for space-related degrees to actually be absorbed by industry. Further, we also take students and interns mentored by SANSA to also find formal employment in the market. The key intervention here is a robust human capital development program to build the requisite pipeline and contribute to the development of a sector skills development strategy by the Department of Higher Education and Technology. The BBBE focus is to ensure support to youth from designated groups. The fourth outcome, which is the progress from 42% to 80% of government departments and public sector entities using space products and services. This is one of our key outcomes in terms of everything that we do needs to come in late to this, because this is where we enable government to benefit from space applications. Whether we're talking from planning perspective, monitoring and evaluation of government programs that are being rolled out, and all the way to influencing how policy is formulated and also policy is monitored. The key interventions here, we're looking at adopting a user needs approach for all activities and programs. What we mean by this is what we would say co-design and co-develop, where we're ensuring that we are not just building pretty products and services that are informed by technology, but rather we're building products and services that are informed by needs on the ground and pain points that our government entities are influenced. And technology is purely an enabler for making sure that we provide timely products and services. The successful rollout of the infrastructure developments and upgrades is one of the critical aspects, because we're needing to make sure that products and services are provided at the time they are required, in a format they are required, and they go directly to the hands of those who require it. For the BBBE focus, SANSA is to focus on skill development initiatives to ensure adequate availability and deployment of national capabilities. The fifth outcome is looking at the percentage growth in rand value of the national infrastructure asset base between 25 and 50%. Here we're looking to make sure that the infrastructure development to support the growth of the space sector, and this is also support developmental agenda, and as well as the implementation of the space infrastructure hub. The funding of the space infrastructure hub is one of the key critical areas of focus for the space agency in this year. On the BBBE focus, managing this investment in the infrastructure will ensure that 30% allocation of infrastructure development and maintenance budget is directed to SMEs, and 2, apprenticeship and learnerships with TVET trade-related fields is being undertaken. The sixth outcome is looking at the growth in the revenue generated from space products and application by between 5 and 8%, as well as the growth in products and services provided to the broader market, which is between 20 to 40%. One of the reasons why we actually highlight this growth is taking the understanding that the user pay approach that National Treasury has put out. SANSA has for a number of years provided products and services to the rest of government at no cost to those government departments. With recognition of the fiscal allocations that are continuously to decline, SANSA needs to be looking at a model that enables it to recover some of the costs based on the products and services that it provides. The key intervention is to lead and facilitate creation of the new products and applications to increase market share. And of course, these will have to respond directly to what the market requires, as well as additional external revenue generated to support the sustainability of the organization. Key important focus on the BBBE is with such intervention, SANSA would be in a position to support new entrants into the industry. In summary, these outcomes talk to the 5 key strategic priorities that members will find when they look through the SANSA Strategic Plan 2020-2025, starting from development of a suite of space application products and services that directly respond to the needs that our users, in particular government, has, as well as products and services that enable a robust and innovative industry. The second one is building on the core space infrastructure, both ground and space-based, that will enable the delivery of essential space services. When we're talking about this infrastructure, it's from satellite build all the way to making sure that we've got the appropriate high-performance computing servers for processing the satellite imagery and the products that we get and delivering them timely to those who need them. The generation of the space-relevant knowledge that supports the developmental agenda, whether this starts from the research that is done internally within the SANSA researchers, but also research that we foster in the community itself. For example, the launch of the Neo Frontiers space grant, which we administering to the National Research Fund and funded by the Department of Science and Innovation, which constantly puts out calls for proposals from the research community and the industry itself in order to drive and solicit new knowledge areas from broader than the SANSA itself. The strategic priority is the development of requisite human capital that is needed for implementation of the key space initiatives. And here we're starting to talk about the engagement at a learner level, supporting curricular development in schools and supporting bursaries as well as curricular development at university level. We further, as the institution, house our own student cohort and provide training for those students in areas that universities have not yet provided curricular material, but we have identified the need in order to position the products and services that we deliver as an agency. Of course, all of this, as I've mentioned, is geared around ensuring that the South African space sector is well positioned within the global market. As we do all of this work, we are constantly cognizant of the national development agendas that government put in place. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan is one of those developmental agendas that we're constantly looking to make sure that as an agency, when we articulate our key deliverables and our focus areas for any particular year are directed towards responding and contributing to those national development areas. The next couple of slides provide the committee with an outlook in terms of how the outcomes and the outputs connect with each other, and how it looks within the medium term on the medium term targets. The committee will note a growth factor that is applied from year to year, driven by two aspects. One is the fiscal allocation, and the second one is the revenue generation that SANSA continuously strives to make in order for us to be able to meet the mandate as well as respond to the socio-economic requirements within the country. Some of the outcomes, you would see that if you look at outcome 4, the output indicators provide a highlight in terms of the seriousness that we put in ensuring that we've got partnerships both at a national African continent level as well as international partnerships. Of course, all of these are geared towards ensuring that we've got the requisite capability as an institution to respond to the user requirements, but also to make sure that we put appropriate training and awareness interventions for the users of our space products and services. One of the other important outcomes is outcome 5, which looks at the infrastructure development. And here we have a number of infrastructure programs that the institution will be looking at in the medium term focus, from the space infrastructure hub to the operationalization of the space weather and the development of deep space capabilities, which I will share some successes with the committee towards the end of this presentation. In short, the committee could look at the next 2 slides, which does provide us with an indication of how we have performed in the 2021-2022 year. And I must stress that these are unaudited results. So the final outcomes of this, once the audit process has completed, will be available towards the end, middle of the year. What is important to note is, on one side, the growth factor in terms of how the targets are moving from 2021 to 2022 to 2022, 2023. Members might also note that in some instances, it might look as if that our targets are declining. If you're looking at the number of joint initiatives around our partnerships, you would see that in the current year, we've outperformed versus to what the targets in the next year is. Here we find this fluctuation from year to year, and this is due to opportunities that in some instances were started in previous year, but then only realized in the following year, and also opportunities just come because of the nature and the economic activity that is happening around the country. The COVID-19 year did call for years did call for us to have more collaborations, and also the advantages that came with working remotely versus having to travel to some of the places in order to build these partnerships. And similarly, we would see in terms of some of the projects that will be coming to completion, if you're looking at the progress towards the operational space weather, we've met the 70% target that we had this year. And for 2022, 2023, we're aiming to ensure that the space weather becomes operational and we start pushing out products and services in that regard. If I can take the committee through what the organization will be focusing on in this year, some of the aspects in this slide are mainly a summary of the items that we have covered. But there are three key parts that I would maybe like to leave the committee with. One is the filling of the vacant executive positions in the organization. The committee would note that including the position of the CEO is currently an acting position, and both the board and the management are prioritizing the appointment of the executives in these positions, and in some of these we are already advanced in the interview stages of recruitment. There is the implementation of the new business model, and the new business model being informed by the needs that the organization identified in the impact one, the climate, the change in the climate, in the financial climate, but also as well as the requirements that are coming from the national development agendas that needs to be looked at, and therefore the programmatic structure and the programmatic focus of the organization needs to be adequately set up to respond to those. We're also undertaking change management to support these transitions that we are making, and also building a fit for purpose culture for the organization. The completion of the EOSET One Satellite program is also one of the things that we are quite earmarking for the year, with the support of the Department of Science and Innovation. Further aspects of this is the development of key infrastructure projects in support of the sector, and the Space Infrastructure Hub becomes one of those initiatives, such as well as the Space Weather Center and the Deep Space Program that we're looking at as a collaboration with NASA, the United States version of the South African National Space Agency. SANSA currently has a high vacancy rate if one looks at the approved post versus the posts that we have. Worth to note is that these vacancy rates are more aligned with the strategic projects that the organization is looking at embarking on. As soon as the funding for those programs is confirmed, then the recruitment for those who would be undertaken. We have already highlighted the need to prioritize the filling of the vacant positions at the executive level. There are a number of challenges that the organization is faced with, and also gearing itself to mitigate and address in the coming in this current year of 2022-2023. One of those critical to the success is the support that is required for SANSA's new business model, in particular during the transition. It will be a special year for the organization to be transitioning to a new business model, and yet maintaining its performance levels with regards to delivering on its strategic and operational targets. The support to the broader space industry is constantly being constrained by the limited resource pool. And here we talk about the fiscal allocation as well as the opportunities that are available for SANSA to undertake revenue generations on. If, for example, we look in support for the SANSA with regards to the funding for the Space Infrastructure Hub, this is one of those initiatives that the organization, and with the support of the Department of Science and Innovation, are looking at to make sure that we complement the fiscal allocation. We've already mentioned the mandate scope limitations that come with this in terms of fulfilling the telecommunication, navigation, and positioning applications, as well as the technologies. Here, the South African National Space Agency, in collaboration with the Department of Science and Innovation, SANTech, as well as the Department of Telecommunications. As we speak right now, there's actually a workshop that's looking at the satellite comms strategy going on as this meeting is happening. We mentioned that we will be focusing on the implementation of EOSET1. This we note in both slides because it does continue to be a challenge in terms of the confirmations of the program going forward. The committee might note that and might hear in spaces when we're talking about space and we're talking about the interference that comes from other communications and other areas that looking at the spectrum, but also keeping a clean space environment for our facilities as well. So we're continuously looking for the protection of the space environment and also ensuring that our facilities are national key point facilities. The organization has also been started the undertaking of its institutional review, and hoping in the next engagement with the committee we will be in a position to share the outcomes of that institutional review. Chair, if you would allow me for the financial overview, I will now like to hand over to our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Leonie Engelbrecht. Leonie.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honourable members. Next slide, thank you. On the sources of funding, the previous 3 years, the income was at an average of 294 million rand. The 2021 financial year shows an increased revenue of 558 million, which was mainly due to the increase in the parliamentary grant for strategic initiatives, as well as ring-fence grants for the Space Weather Centre, as well as the Earth observation initiatives. There was also the application of surplus, which was applied in the financial years. The reduction of 22% of the parliamentary grant to the MTF period and the exploration of some of the ring-fence grants brings the income to 327 million rand average in the 22-23 financial year, with a slight increase throughout the MTF period. The total revenue for the MTF period is 1 billion rand. The reduction in funding reinforces the need for the realignment of SANSA's financial strategy to seek additional funding through the SIH platform, as well as a concerted effort to increase exchange revenue as part of the new business model. Thank you. This provides an overview of the program level income for administration program over the MTF period, 169 million, Earth observation, 288 million, space operations, 235 million, space science, 222 million, and space engineering, 89 million, with a total MTF allocation of 1 billion. Thank you. With regards to expenditure, the expenditure over the past 3 years was an average of 282 million. The 2021-22 expenditure includes substantial capital expenditure, which is largely funded by ring-fence grants and the additional parliamentary grant for initiatives. Over the MTF period, the expenditure is limited to the available funding. The employee compensation includes an CPI increase and filling of vacancies and project-based positions. And to note that the employee compensation is higher than the current parliamentary grant in the MTF period. The estimated capex budget had to be reduced due to the lack of funding throughout the MTF period, and the expenditure budget over the MTF is 1 billion rand. Thank you. The 2023 parliamentary grant, as mentioned, decreased with 22% towards the 22-23 financial year, and it is not sufficient to cover the employee-related costs over this period. The external revenue is expected to increase by 13%, with 8.8 million, and this is largely due to the foreign income growth expected of 20%. We are also expecting a decrease in public sector income worth 0.8% and increase in private sector income of 10%. Operational expenditure is expected to decrease by 21% and capital expenditure with 83%. And this, as mentioned, is that mainly due to the ring-fence grants nearing completion and the reduced parliamentary grants. SANSA anticipates grant funding also to decrease by 36% with 59.1 million. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Leonie. So committee members, the operational space weather provides for us a beautiful story in terms of how one sees an investment over 8 to 10 years in fundamental and applied research to get to a point where it could be operationalized, and which has landed South Africa being appointed as the regional space weather for the African continent by the International Aviation Authority. We are now looking at completing the space weather in October 2022. That's our major objective. By the financial year end, we had reached 70% completion rate. We would like to extend to the committee an invitation to visit the Space Weather Center, which is based in the Western Cape, in the Overstrand municipality in the town of Hermanus. We would also like to share with the community some of the international collaborations that we are having. SANSA in the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, shortly known as SANSA, is looking at partnering together to host a deep ground station. And the new ground station is looked at to be a greenfields installation and will require the setup of the facility, and therefore an investment from the SANSA side. We do thank Cabinet in that the Cabinet memo was issued in support and in recognition of this project and its importance to the South African government. This is looking at getting South Africa to be a player in the global space field and support human space flight missions to the moon, Mars, and beyond. With that, Chair, I would like to say thank you very much, and I'm hoping that we have managed to stay within the 45 minutes timeline you have provided us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. No, you definitely have, and we truly appreciate that. I hope you've managed to cover all that you would have wanted to cover, and that we did not put too much pressure on you. But thank you very much for your presentation. So that was SANSA, the South African National Space Agency. We'll now be moving to the Academy of Science of South Africa, ASSAf, to make their presentation, and they are led. I'm not sure who's going to then lead the team in terms of the board, since Prof. Jansen.
Chair, I am Stephanie Burton. I am going to do it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Prof. Burton. And Prof. Burton, I believe, would be supported or accompanied by Prof. Himla.
Yes.
Sudian.
Yeah.
All right.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, and honourable members. Good morning. I am Stephanie Burton. I'm the Vice President of the Academy of Sciences of South Africa, and I'm here on behalf of the Academy and also representing our President, Professor Jonathan Jansen. So I'd like to start by thanking the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee for this opportunity to present our annual performance plan and report for the 2021-22 period, 22-23 period, sorry. And I am indeed joined by my colleagues from ASSAf, the CEO, Dr. Himla Sudial, and members of the ASSAf Council are present, and some of the senior administrative staff of the offices of the Academy. So there are about 12 of us present here today, Chair. I'm not going to say a great deal, just to say as an introduction, the Academy has as one of its key mandates the responsibility of offering evidence-based science advice to government and to other stakeholders, but we see that as a very important role. We aspire to being the leading apex organization for science and scholarship in South Africa. We hold excellence as a very high priority, and our strategy and our policies and our activities all illustrate that. You will hear in the report that the Academy has been very active during this reporting period, and in particular, we're very pleased that we can present a report to you which will show you a number of our activities and our reports that have had some very significant impact nationally. We also are going to report on our progress towards a number of our strategic priorities, which includes building national, continental, and international partnerships and engaging with our broad community, communicating science to the public. And that is something which has been particularly important in the very recent years, particularly in light of the pandemic. So those are some of our key areas. There are others, and you will hear them as we have our a report. And I'm now going to hand over directly to Dr. Himla Sudial, who is the CEO of ASSAf, and she will begin her presentation on the annual performance plan. And after that, we'll be happy to take any questions or discussion that there might be. So let me hand over, thank you very much, to Dr. Sudial.
Thank you, Professor Burton. Good morning, honorable members of the
Apologies, colleagues. Tato, can you please mute yourself? The device that is named Tato, you are disrupting the meeting. Can colleagues who are hosting the meeting please mute that device? Can I also be given co-host rights, please? Sincerest apologies, Prof. Sudial. Sincerest apologies for that. You may continue.
No problem, Chair. Thank you. And once again, greetings to one and all. And thank you so much to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee for this opportunity. Before I start, I want to acknowledge the input from the Department of Science and Innovation and the Minister in previous drafts of this report. We value their input and constructive comments, and I feel very privileged and honored to be given the opportunity to present on behalf of the Academy. I also want to acknowledge our council members and colleagues who are joining in. Chair, I'm going to break my presentation into a couple of parts, and I will just go through the first section, which deals with our mandate as the Academy. As you've heard from Professor Burton, we are the official academy in the country, having been established as early as 2001, and kind of became fully interactive and operational from 2006. We pride ourselves that we try to achieve a promotion of evidence-based science that can be used to advise government and other stakeholders. And we also try to promote and inspire science, not just among academics, but among young scientists and the public at large. And I hope that I can demonstrate how we achieve this during my presentation. ASSAf members are internationally recognized, and following a very severe, a process of nomination to election, we currently have 633 members of the Academy. And collectively, we try to use the bandwidth of all members across all disciplines of science to address local challenges, but at the same time being mindful of those that are posed to us globally. With respect to legislative and policy mandates, during the course of the last financial year, this particular act, the Science and Technology Laws Amendment Act of 2020, was amended by the deletion of subsection 2, whereby the Academy must comply with the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999. Having said that, Chair, we strongly believe that by following what the mandate of this act is, we as an Academy are fully transparent and achieve the highest level of compliance as is required by all entities. And ASSAf will continue to try to live up to these expectations so that we are accountable to one and all for funding that we so graciously receive through the science vote. I would just like to touch on a few updates in terms of our institutional policies and strategies before I move on to some of the more planned activities in the forthcoming financial year. As we all know, and I mean, I'm preaching to the converted, that ASSAf, like other entities and stakeholders, have had to deal with the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. And we have tried to mitigate our activities by pursuing a blended model of attendance to the office. And Chair, I must say that even though we have been doing this, we have been very, very visible in terms of hosting virtual activities. Just to touch on that while I'm at this point, in the last financial year, we hosted about 65 webinars. We attained an average value equivalent in terms of advertising around 59.3 million. And we had a total reach through all our networks of almost 36.2 million. So that's very significant given the challenges we've been going through. We're busy with a transformation strategy, but at the same time, we've updated our transformation policy, which got approved by the Council's Human Resource Committee. We are taking leadership on putting forward the POPI Act for research, but we also follow the POPI Act, which came into effect since July of last year. With respect to our budget alignments that we've had to bring into effect as a result of cuts in the previous financial year, we have been working virtually, as I've mentioned. We kind of put a hold on travel, and we kind of restricted our expenditure to that core expenditure within administration and governance to ensure the continuity of our activities. And a lot of our work has been supplemented through contract funding, some of which has come from the Department of Science and Innovation. With respect to our strategic goals and objectives, these remain unchanged as has been presented in our strategic plan. These include, among others, recognition and renewal, of reward of excellence, promotion of innovation and scholarly activity, promotion of effective evidence-based scientific advice, promotion of public interest in and awareness of science and education. And Chair, I should remind members that when we met to discuss the alternate technologies, this committee placed a high importance on public engagement of science, particularly in areas like the Northwest Province and Mpumalanga, etc. And I can reassure the committee that ASSAf endeavors to engage as widely as possible with the general public in order to raise the awareness of science and to promote science education. Lastly, We are not an insular affiliate entity. We strongly believe in engagement with national, regional, and international partners. And as we say, we are just a link in the connectivity of all people around the globe. Some background into what we have managed to achieve. But before I start that, I just want to raise with the committee that due to the resignation of one of our council members, Professor Norman Duncan, at the end of last year, Professor Stella Nkomo, who was a council advisor, has been nominated as full council member, and this has been approved by the minister. In addition, the position of the NACI representative was vacant for a while, and the minister has appointed Professor Tawane Kupe in this role. So we're now up to full steam in terms of the complement of our council members. And we have two advisors, Prof. Majosi and Prof. Mpedi, who contribute significantly in terms of council activities. Our performance is kind of multi-pronged. First and foremost, the Academy is a membership-based organization, and hence the increasing membership engagement is vital for the success of our activities. We've tried various means to promote this, including 3 road shows held virtually around the country last year. And we continue by way of webinars to try to influence the academic landscape as well as other stakeholders in terms of our activities. We want to be much more focused on objective and trustworthy evidence-based research, addressing national and global priorities, using the unique status of the Academy, which means the membership-based strengths of being multifaceted and widespread around disciplinary fields. And having said that, we believe that we need to enhance the impact of the science that we do. And rather than trying to do everything, we need to strategically pick focused areas where we can align what the Academy can bring together with national priorities. And so this by far is one of our foremost objectives as we plan in this financial year and soon for our next strategic plan that we would be putting together in about 1.5 years' time. Of course, whatever we do needs to have some impact, and this particular impact would be largely in the space of raising the profile of science in policy making. And last but not least, in addition to the members, our staff and successors by creating an enabling working environment is also one of the priorities for all aspects of the academic stakeholders to come together. Last year, as a consequence of the riots that took place in Gauteng, I must say that our young scientists who are part of SAGE, which is the Science Advisory Group on Emergencies, have played a very, very active role in promoting quick responses to things that have been going on nationally. They've participated in advancing issues to foot and mouth disease, the riots, seismic effects in the oceans, etc. And this has been very rewarding to work with the young scholars, particularly as they seem to have the knack of utilizing the toolkits at hand and making sure that they do fact-checking and put out these quick responses. Chair, I'm pleased to say that amongst other hosting of webinars, etc., they have had at least 5 manuscripts accepted for publication and have hosted, over a dozen webinars, etc. So that is also something in keeping with the pandemic and the riots. But ASSAf has been participating in the Disaster Management Forum and contributed, many ASSAf members have contributed to the COVID-19 country report, which has been championed by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in partnership with the National Research Foundation and the Government Communications and Information System. I'm sure many of you have already seen aspects of this publication, but if not, I would urge colleagues to take a look at this, because this was done in order to kind of do a check on what did we get right during address of the pandemic, what we got wrong, and if we were to encounter a pandemic of this nature in future, how ready we would be. And that's not to say that we have gone out of the pandemic status. As we all know, we are leading up to almost the fifth wave at the moment. I've talked about limited travels. I'm not going to repeat that. With respect to the membership, Chair, I must say again, our membership is now around 633, and this was up until October of last year, following the last cycle of election. And you can see the trends over the last 5 years with respect to the proportion of males and females. Although we're still predominantly male at about 71%, we are growing in terms of representativity of females. And we do everything in our power to try to promote female scientists from being nominated in the system. Similarly, with respect to race, in the last 5 years, we've seen a nice growth pattern with respect to non-white members, and currently with respect to the proportion of Black and white members, about a third of our membership are Black and 2/3 white. And we take cognizance of these discrepancies. And as I've mentioned earlier, we do a number of things to try to fix what was started from the time the Academy was inaugurated. This is a very sad state of affairs. By looking at the institutional representativity, we kind of have the big four, and then there are many singletons across various institutions on the national grid. And this is something coupled with, issues related to gender and race that we need to improve. And as I've mentioned, we've had these regional outreach activities, which we hope in future will try to flatten this curve and distribute the memberships accordingly. And last but not least, with respect to our disciplinary apportionment, while the health and medical sciences look high, I must say, if you were to compare the membership of the Academy with what is present in the national grid, for example, looking at Johan Mouton's publication on the research enterprise in South Africa, we are not doing too badly. In fact, in some aspects, we are doing better than the national grid. And if we were to cluster some of these disciplines with respect to our membership advisory committees or MACs, then there are no statistical differences between those three components that we have. Coming to the strategic objectives based on outcomes that we have 6 particular outcome-based approaches: independent, authoritative, and influential science advice, mobilizing knowledge, facilitating partnerships, science engagement, scholarship support, and supporting transformation. Each of these have a particular mandate or envisaged output that we wish to attain. And in the last column, we have shown what impact we hope to achieve with this, and to what extent our activities align with the DSI outcomes and the medium-term strategic framework priorities. Chair, at this point, I want to say that in the past, at the time when we produced this report, we had, 4 major programs: the Science Advisory Program, Scholarly Publishing Program, Liaison Program, and Governance and Administration. And we, following the resignation of our Liaison Program head, Dr. Stanley Maposa, management reassessed what it is that the Academy wanted to do. And we've now collapsed the Science Advisory Program and the Liaison Program into one. So we have the Science Advisory and a Strategic Partnership Program. And I'm pleased to announce that Dr. Malusi Twala is the new manager who's taken over this portfolio, having started on the 1st of March this year. And so far, he is really rising to the challenge of this portfolio, and I'm very pleased to welcome him even here on this presentation today. We've been reasonably stable in terms of reaching our publication outputs. With respect to consensus studies and report, in the last year, we had 3 proceedings and other reports, 3 statements, we had 6. We had 1 book, which was dealing with the COVID pandemic, which I will talk about a little bit more. And in total, we had 13. And over and above these outputs, we had, as I've mentioned, about 65 webinars across our different focus areas to which we had a reasonable attendance. What is it that we'd like to prioritize in our operational plan going forward? Needless to say, the transformation imperatives are at the foremost of our priorities, but not just for address of gender and equity-related issues. I also believe that we are now in a position where we need to strengthen issues related to co-creation with local communities. So while we have this top-down approach of members of the Academy and standing committees giving direction as to what it is we should be doing, we need to have that interface with the public, because at the end of the day, what we want to do is use evidence-based science in the service of community. And unless we understand what is it that the community requires and to be able to contribute towards, then we will be, really focusing on the hot issues that requires attention. So focusing on co-creation, and one topic that is very close to my heart and passion is how do we integrate Indigenous knowledge systems and culture, given that we are niche in a multicultural society, in addressing these issues. And so we're going to test it with a couple of webinars and then possibly with some consensus studies. And I should add that the Science 20, which is the Academy component of the G20 countries, has that also as one of their priorities of advancing cultural heritage and Indigenous knowledge systems. So we are busy with our transformation plan, and I hope to present the final version to the Council at our next strategic plan meeting. That's going to be in July this year. I've already presented a draft of it, but the nuances of refining some of the issues are still being considered as we speak. And we are also mindful of the fact that we need to enhance the importance of the role of women in science and to attract more women to become members of the Academy. And based on that, we want to improve also some of our gender-related studies that we would want to promote in the forthcoming year. So as a summary to this, we host OATS, the Organization for Women of Science in the Developing World. And they are currently doing a study with our support of how to eliminate barriers to women's participation in science studies. We want to create a kind of gender advisory committee within the academy and to kind of find our own focus on issues related to gender rather than just paying lip service to other people's initiatives. I think that is very important for the academy going forward. With respect to the advancement of young researchers, our SAIAS, the South African Young Academy of Science, is a breath of fresh air. They are very committed young scholars and continue to inspire us in terms of how they do their work and how we can now combine our activities with the Young Academy and the National Academy. This year, we are once again participating in the Lindau Nobel Laureate meeting, and I believe we have about 16 young scholars attending that meeting in July. We continue to work with the Department of Science and Innovation in advancing activities related to the BRICS initiatives. And we as a National Academy also participate in the BRICS, but we support young scientists to attend these meetings as well. ASSAf plays a significant role in partnering with the Future Professors Program, and both our president, the CEO, and other senior members have participated in ensuring the ongoing success of the Future Professors Program. We have various standing committees, and some of these I will speak about. The first one is the health and related matters. Professor Musha Moshabela from UKZN is our current chair, and I'm sure you've heard a lot of him being a soundbite for speaking to the general public on COVID-related issues. And under his leadership and direction, I'm sure our standing committee is going to grow from strength to strength. We currently have 2 consensus studies, one on the ethical, legal, and social issues related to gene therapy, with a more nuanced South African perspective view on the topic. That's ongoing, and hopefully during the course of this year, we can publish it. And the other one that's been very, very riveting, of course, is the challenges of good governance and management in the South African health system. I've really been inspired by the committee doing this work, and I'm sure we're going to learn a lot of where the challenges are and what recommendations will come out of this that perhaps will contribute to the advancement of our health sector. We have 2 possible studies that we would want to get going with this year. And the one is on air pollution and health, and the other is on pharmacy education. We continue to host several webinars in the field, and so this is what helps keep our health and related matters studies alive. In addition to that, we have a biosafety and biosecurity standing committee, and currently we are working on the state of laboratory safety and biosecurity in the SADC region. I'm a little bit saddened that this one is not moving as well as it should be. When we had a planning meeting and invited members from the various SADC regions to attend, we had almost a full house. And now that we need to respond to a questionnaire and do the work, we are struggling a bit. But we've tried to use our various partners and stakeholders to assist us in getting that on the go. And this standing committee is currently chaired by Professor Ames Dye, who's an ethicist, and hopefully her, together with the chair and my program officer, will enhance this attaining the fruition we want. We've had a couple of discussions on the dual use of research concern. So sometimes we have outputs from research that we know are of benefit, but others can be misused. So how best can we elevate the good and overcome the bad. So that's the kind of topic that this one wishes to address. And following on a couple of good webinars, we may take this on as a new consensus study. The One Health consensus study is currently being workshopped by a task group. Given that there are quite a number of other stakeholders working on this topic locally and regionally, we are trying to find the angle that will best be utilized by stakeholders. And so that's where we are with that, and continue to host webinars and seminars also along this theme. With respect to environment and energy, we currently are finalizing a consensus study on a review of research, development, innovation of peaceful uses of nuclear technologies in South Africa. This is ongoing, and in fact, later today, the committee is meeting today again to fine-tune this report, which we hope to publish at some point later this year. The topic of the just transition in South Africa is really gaining momentum. We've got a executive committee, and we've got a forum of about 25 members that have really been deliberating this issue. And in addition, we recently joined forces for hosting a joint webinar with the Presidential Committee Climate Commission, and also had a very successful meeting with the union representativity. So while we transition, or while the country plans to transition from the use of coal as the major source of energy to alternate greener technologies, there's a whole suite of issues that are raised as a consequence. Skilling of people, the plight of people in the current system, how close people live to these areas of where the mines are, etc. So there are many things that have to come into play, and this committee is addressing all of this. And we hope that the dialogue that is happening at the national level will give us some insights as to how we can support other governmental issues in this particular area. Last year, we hosted 3 very successful webinars on science on poverty and inequality. In particular, the questions that were addressed in 3 separate webinars were related to what do we do to reduce poverty and inequality, how to fund interventions to reduce poverty, and what must be done if the state is to be capable of poverty and inequality reduction. And this really created a lot of energized discussion, some controversial issues, but we believe that having these discussions in these sorts of fora give us an opportunity to test the waters to see how are we faring as a country in terms of addressing the challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment in the country. At this stage, we are working with the chair of this committee, Professor Julian May, to see what it is we can do to publish and get some of this discussion out for other people who are not privileged to watch these webinars, to be able to read and see what we can do from here. The last one of the standing committees deals with STEM education. We have now rebranded this to STEAME, Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, Mathematics, and Innovation. And as of April this year, we've now have appointed a new program officer, Ms. Raj Mahabir, who we hope will assist us in taking this rebrand forward, because at the end of the day, we want to contribute to STEAMy activities in a big way. And I must say, the NACI production of the STI indicator reports gives us a very, very good foundation on which to build where the gaps are, because these indicator reports give us very good information in terms of where we are as a country and how we compare relative to the rest of the world. So from an academy perspective, utilizing these sorts of baseline infrastructural bits of information can give us a clearer way of how to plan for the future so that we reduce some of the gaps and address the challenges. And of course, even our minister is a strong supporter of branding of the social sciences and humanities. ASSAf has been doing this from the very onset of its activities. And once again, the new program officer, Ms. Mahabir, will take over trying to build on the social sciences and humanities standing committee. And we're in the process of putting together a new standing committee for the social sciences and humanities. And our standing committees is the kind of base from which we draw which activities we will prioritize in the forthcoming years. So hopefully these will grow and complement and supplement some of the activities that we as a collective want to brand for the Academy's activities. I must say that I've been particularly privileged and proud to work with a group of very energized team members in the scholarly publishing area chaired by Ms. Susan Felsman. As you know, we host the South African Journal of Science and the Quest magazine. We've just reappointed a new editor for the Quest magazine. But between the SAJS and the Quest magazine, we try to enhance the knowledge mobilization in the one hand for academics through the journal, and the Quest magazine through to senior scholars, young entrant scientists, and the general public. In addition to this, we host the Cielo platform, and this is quite a lot of work in being able to put many of the South African journals online and to allow their visibility and for people to have access to what's going on. And so collectively, these activities allow us to not only mobilize knowledge, but at the same time provide support to other academics. We have the Biennial Book Award, and next year we will be doing that again. And we hope to introduce a subsection of where we can afford a prize to young scientists or young writers. We continue to assist with peer reviews of scholarly journals. And one activity that has been growing in leaps and bounds is the South African or the African Scientific Directory, which the department initiated together with ASSAf doing the work. And that's been building now to reaching almost 10,000 members. So altogether, our scholarly publishing has done a great job. And as I've mentioned, one of our prized publications last year was in the Quest magazine, where we put out the booklet on the COVID pandemic, earmarked for all readers because it was contributed by specialist scientists in the country, but we wanted to target it for teachers, young scholars, and the general public. Very often people would call us up and ask, for information, because what they were getting was noise, conflicting views from scientists, media reports, etc. And I believe that publication brought a one-stop occasion for anyone who wanted to know anything from the history of viruses to the pandemic, to the clinical, was given that opportunity. And going forward, Chair, we are in discussions with members who are curriculum advisors to see how we could take that almost scientific publication and tone it down to integrate with the curriculum, but at the same time to produce like a comic strip version for young people to be able to enjoy and to learn from. Coming to our public lectures, our presidential roundtable, science, business, leadership, and distinguished visiting scholars are among the ASSAf promoted ones, over and above the usual webinars, etc., that we host. And I must say, yesterday, we hosted a discussion on the science business leadership, which was hosted by Prof. Janssen before he had to travel, on the effects of war in Ukraine and Russia on the oil price and the South African economy. And prior to this, earlier in the year, in partnership with the Royal Society, we hosted a webinar on war and science. You may have noticed that there have been some calls from members of the Academy and others pushing ASSAf to put out a statement on the state of the Ukraine-Russia war. And having dealt with this at council level, the council decision at this stage was that we should be engaging with the scientific, academic, and the public collectively talking about science and war through webinars. And we will continue to do so, since there are many, many topics that we can discuss around these areas. With respect to strategic partnerships, we have many national ones. I've talked about the Young Academy. ASSAf also plays secretariat to Cohort, the Committee of Heads of Research and Technology. And at the last meeting we hosted early last month, I think it was, we now have a new executive. We continue to work with the DSI in hosting Innovation for Inclusive Development seminar series, and these are ongoing into this year as well. Other activities include us being secretariat to the District Development Model, and this is an initiative of this sixth administration of government that has been spearheaded, and we believe that participation with SALGA, for example, has given us opportunities to kind of build partnerships at the coalface where the communities meet with local government, niched at provincial level up all the way to national government. So hopefully through our engagements at these various fora, we can add to our brand of bringing services from the Academy to these various stakeholders. Also on the African continent, our TWAS SARAP representativity continues. We work very closely with the Network of African Science Academies, NASAC, and continue to do so. In fact, one of our council members on this call, Prof. Gledhill, is an executive member of NASAC, and it's been nice to have her there because she straddles both ASSAf and NASAC, in addition to playing a significant role in other global initiatives. We strive to work with the South African development community in the SADC region. And Chair, at this point, I want to also announce that ASSAf has been playing the role of spearheading the International Year for Basic Sciences and Sustainable Development on behalf of the department and the NRF. So we have a very good team in the partnership with ASSAf and DSI and the NRF. And we are playing the role of being the focal point, not just for South Africa, but also for the SADC region. And the International Year for Basic Sciences and Sustainable Development will be launched on June 9th this year. So watch that space for that sort of activity. Our international partnerships within the International Inter-Academy Partnership, the BRICS Network, and the Science 20 continues. And we have many MOUs with several regional and international academies. I did say that we want to stress the impact of science. And of course, we should not forget that the Sustainable Development Goals are still here with us. And we need to review how close we are in achieving these goals and how best our activities speak to the enhancement and visibility of reaching these goals. We play a significant role in the open science and data access landscape. In fact, ASSAf did the initial landscape pilot study for the Africa Open Science Platform, and it is very nice to see that that initiative is well niched within the National Research Foundation now. Climate change and the effects on society is here to stay with us. And in fact, ASSAf is also partnering with the Inter-Academy Partnership to have a visibility at the COP27 meeting to be held in Egypt in June. And we await the outcome of our application to host an event there. We continue to be actively involved in the science, technology, and innovation policy landscape, and we will grow this as we review our activities during our current review of the Academy in the institutional review component. We have afforded scholarship support by protection of personal information, the POPI Code of Conduct for Research. That's now in its final stages, and hopefully that will be submitted to the information regulators soon. And we now offer CPD points for those people attending our webinars. So this supports some of the scholarship activities for academics to keep a better portfolio of their CPD progress. And of course, I've been talking a lot about what we do, and science engagement and communication is another utmost important activity. We have various sorts of activities that are linked with this, and we will continue on the ongoing financial year to add to the visibility of the Academy using these various processes. And I mentioned that we are currently conducting an institutional review. Most entities do this in their 5-year cycle. And our General Secretary and Renata Venia, our governance administrator, is busy coordinating these activities, and hopefully we will have that done soonish. This is very important, the institutional review, together with our own evaluation of where we are in terms of planning for our next 5-year strategic plan. I'm not going to go through the details of how we measure. You've had access to this information, but we have listed our annual targets and our quarterly targets for about 17 different indicators. And I'm very pleased to say that in the last financial year, we have outperformed these targets significantly, and those can be seen in our quarterly reports. Our team is aware of various risks and have mitigated against these for a whole number of initiatives. And again, I'm not going to go into the details, because I would like now to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Morakeng Chilowani, to just give us a few words with respect to our financials. Morakeng, over to you.
Thank you, Himla. Good day, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to all members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as to all those in attendance. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity to present the financial side of ASSAf to this Portfolio Committee. As is shown on the screen, the focus is on the column that indicates 2022/23. I should indicate right at the beginning that the other two outer years, that is 2023/24 to 2024/25, just to give an indication of what the future holds. With regard to the revenue side, you will see, Honorable Chairperson, that baseline funding that we receive from the Department of Science and Innovation remains the lifeline of the academy. And that constitute obviously over 90% of the funding to the academy. And with regard to the expenditure side, we allocate our resources to the activities or programs that drives the activities that our executive officer has spoken about. And at the end, we, of course, don't budget for a surplus or a deficit as is required, but obviously you find that it is not possible to break even at the end of the financial year. Possibility is that you'll report some surplus or a deficit here and there, but we make everything possible not to go into a deficit, because that has other implications or ramifications. And so with that, Honorable Chairperson, thank you once more and thanks to the Portfolio Committee members as well for all the support. And also thank you to the officials within the Department of Science and Innovation for all the support as well. I will leave it there at the moment, Chairperson, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Marakeng. And Chair, with that, I wish to once again acknowledge the Secretariat, the members of Council, and the members of the Academy who give us the opportunity to represent them and to be able to offer the services of the Academy to society at large. Thank you so much for the privilege to present. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you very much for that presentation from ASSAf. We'll now be moving on to the South African Council for Natural Scientific Professions, and leading the team there will be Prof. Nepawe, together with the acting CEO, Ms. Sarah van Aert. So I'll hand over to colleagues. Are the colleagues from SACNASP here?
Yes, good morning. It's Sarah van Aert here.
Okay.
I'm just following up with Prof. Nepawe.
Apologies, Chair, I'm here. I was on mute.
Oh, okay. No, you may go ahead, colleagues.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the committee. I'm not so sure I'm audible, okay?
Greetings. And listen to the presentation, so you may continue.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, my name is Kaduchalo Nepawe. I am the Chairperson of the Council, SACNASP Council. On behalf of the Council, I wish to express sincere gratitude to the Portfolio Committee for this opportunity to present our annual performance plan and the budget. Honorable Chairperson, I wish to update the Portfolio Committee that the previous Council's term ended last year. This is our first APP.
Apologies, Chair. Honorable Sibia, please, your mic was unmuted. Please just be cautious, honorable members and colleagues, of your devices. Apologies for that, Chair. You may continue.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Honorable Chair and honorable members, this is our first APP presentation to the Portfolio Committee as the new council after our inauguration on the 2nd of September last year. Today, I'm accompanied by fellow council members, Prof. Vanessa Steenkamp, in her capacity as the Deputy Chairperson of the Council, Prof. Pisma Veta, the Chairperson of HR and Remuneration Committee, Mr. Sylvester Jewell, who is the Chairperson of the Professional Conducts Committee. Dr. Desmond Mosecho is joining us all the way from Canada, where he is on science engagement activities. We receive apology from Prof. Roseanne Diab, the Chair of our Strategic Projects Committee, and also Ms. Masimula, the Chair of Audit and Risk Committee. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to also inform the Portfolio Committee that our CEO, Dr. Pradesh Rampersad, has resigned as of 1st of March this year due to a prominent career progression in his field of practice. We have already started the process of recruitment for the new CEO. In the interim, Honorable Chair, Mrs. Sarah Van Aert has been appointed to serve as the acting CEO during the transition. We want to give assurance to the Portfolio Committee that the Council has developed systems and procedures to ensure that our business and operations are not affected. In attendance, also, Honorable Chair and members, is Ms. Sarah Van Aert, the acting CEO, and a management team comprised of the financial manager, the registration manager, the head of governance, as well as the science communication engagement manager. With your permission, Chairperson, I will allow or request the acting CEO, Sarah Van Aert, to take us through the brief presentation. I thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, honourable members and colleagues from the entities. I'm very proud to present SACNASP's annual performance plan and budget for 2022-2023. Right. The outline of our presentation is to give you an overview of SACNASP's mandate, our vision, our mission, and our values, our strategic goals, our alignment to national priorities, the annual performance plan 2022-2023, an overview of our lifelong learning goals, some of the key risks that we may encounter, additional opportunities that have been raised by the Minister in previous meetings, the budget for 2022-2023, some key highlights, and the positive outcomes that have come from 2021-2022. SACNASP was established as a juristic person in 1982, but this subsequently evolved into the directives of the Natural Science Professions Act. In terms of the Act, it is a statutory requirement that persons practicing in any field of practice that are listed in Schedule 1 of our Act be registered with SACNASP, and only a registered person can also practice in a consulting capacity. Our vision is to be leading the development and advancement of natural science professions in South Africa, and also to provide, our mission is to provide an efficient statutory council for the recruitment, registration, regulation and advancements of the natural scientific professions. And we also want to ensure high quality service for economic growth. Our values are guided by the values of independence, non-discrimination, diversity, inclusivity, honesty, integrity, respect, non-partisanship, innovation, diligence, responsiveness, and collaboration. We are driven by these values, and we constructively contribute to the formation of a robust and productive science knowledge economy. We have 5 strategic goals. to proactively advise government and relevant stakeholders, to enforce a high professional and ethical standard for natural scientific workforce, to promote the natural science professions and science engagement in South Africa. And I think one of our key focuses is to promote professional development and the transformation of the natural science sector, and to foster a culture of good corporate governance. SACNASP has ensured its alignment with national priorities and the National Development Plan 2030 vision. So in order to contribute to a capable, ethical and developmental state, we have a robust and enforceable code of conduct. We've so far developed 2 briefs on key matters to government, 2 of which have been published. The last one was discussed at the DSI Exco, and we're holding public awareness activities. We want to contribute to the economic transformation and job creation, and this is where our candidate mentor program, which is CNP, and the lifelong learning program, or CPD, is a strong factor. I will go into that a little bit more later. Education, skills and health is also partly CNP and CPD, but also strategic partnerships with the CHE, with SACRA, the HEIs and other relevant stakeholders. And to have a better Africa and a better world, we need to protect and enhance our environmental assets and the natural science resources, And with SACNASP regulate significant areas in this sector. The DSI have given us an enormous amount of support over the years, which we really support, and we have which we really appreciate. And we've aligned with the strategic objectives of Program 4 of the DSI, which is specifically to contribute to human capital development, the production of new knowledge, develop priority science areas, and again, importantly, to promote science engagement. So this is just the overview of our annual performance plan. So the outcome 1, we need to provide reports on relevant government policy matters. These reports will be submitted to the DSI. The latest one that we are working on, and we are going to start up a study with the DSI, is to produce a brief titled The Skills and Competencies Required for Future Scientists. This will be completed at the end of Q4 of this financial year. Our core mandate is to register natural scientists. So the goal for this year is to register 1,500 scientists. But what's also important is that we need to process them quickly, and we need to ensure that 93% of our applications are processed within the correct timeframes, but also that we retain our natural scientists. We need to give them reasons to remain registered. So this is again where we're looking at CPD, CNP. We are now holding regular webinars. We held a webinar yesterday on adaptive strategies to climate change, which was attended by nearly 600 registered scientists. Facilitation of public awareness activities. We are going to aim to do 8 this year. And create an environment for lifelong learning. The previous presenter mentioned CPD. It's very important that scientists remain ahead of their game and engage with continuing professional development. Transformation is also key. Our output is to have women and youth participating in the student enrollment program. We'd like to engage with 700 this year. We have an event next week in Limpopo University, and also engage 100 more people participating in our CNP program. I'll talk a little bit more about that at a later slide. We're engaging with the HEIs to endorse and evaluate their natural science programs, and we aim to receive an unqualified audit this year. So as I said, CNP and CPD is vital. We can't sit and leave university at 23 and then retire at 65 without having achieved any development activities. The CNP program is our pilot. and our pipeline to registration. We have a CNP program with our voluntary associations. So far, we have 31 mentees that have gone through this program, of which 62% were female. The CPD program last year, 37% of our active database engaged in the program, and this was supported predominantly by a lot of online activities and our increasing number of webinars. And we also accredit other entities' activities for SACNASP CPD points. We do have some key risks. I think we've all mentioned the pandemic. It was very difficult for us to engage with the students at the universities during the pandemic. So this did impact our ability to encourage the students to register or engage or understand the reason why they should be registered with their professional body. The other main issue that we had was that it resulted in an increasing number of scientists being unable to pay their fees. With increased funding, we could explore a fee model, that will alleviate the financial burden of registration fees, particularly for graduates and the unemployed and young candidate scientists. Talking again about the CNP program, we want to roll it out to every single candidate. So when a candidate registers with us, they can enroll on a program whereby we will give them webinars on the soft skills, help them to get work ready, but that will also need some more funding. We do have sufficient funding for the VA model, but we would like to expand this to every single candidate who's on our database. The other risk is that some academic institutions are not willing to engage with SACNASP on key educational interventions. And this will mean we need to establish closer relationships with the academic institutions and the quality councils. We have had 2 meetings with the minister. He has given us some guidance on areas where he would like us to develop. The first one being to develop a proposal on skills programs and present to the department. As DALRAD in the process of recruiting 10,000 extension officers. SACNASP, DALRAD and DSI are collaborating on a program to try and train and upskill these extension graduates so that they can be employed gainfully even once this internship program is finished. We're demonstrating active participation in support of the district development model. We've engaged with the VAs and we held a webinar and a consultative workshop with the VAs. We need to deepen our partnerships with SADC and BRICS. This will be something that the Council will deliberate going forward at their strategic planning session later in the year. This year we did our first documentary, which went out to schools. It was on the 4th IR, and we will be doing further documentaries this year. And as mentioned previously, we'll also do 8 more webinars. We want to promote science journalism. We had a science communication workshop in 2021, and all the candidates who are on the SACNASP VA CNP program will attend a science communication workshop in 2022. And as Prof. Napawe introduced, Dr. Matabani is now our acting science communication manager, which is going to strengthen that area for SACNASP. We should start a program of internships to assist unemployed graduates, which will also be discussed at the strategic planning session. And we need to focus on changes in science, and a plan needs to be developed around the technological revolution. We would also like to be involved with more multidisciplinary teams. 2 of our previous reports, we've engaged with the HSRC. So that is something that we also need to develop further. I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Mangalana, who will very briefly go through our budget for 2022-2023. Thank you.
Madam Chair, and members of the Portfolio Committee, Colleagues, good morning. My name is Terence Mangalan, as Sarah has introduced me, and also our chairperson has introduced me. My job here is very simple, if you look at it, but nevertheless, it's very difficult. So allow me to present, the 2022-2023 budget. Madam Chair, what you're looking at is the 2022-2023 budget. The revenue, I'll focus on the revenue, the expense, and also, the bottom line. The revenue has actually grew by 20%, as when you compare to the expected and the budget for 2021-2022. So you can see that, Madam Chair, it's 16 million that we budgeted for the 2021-2022 financial year, and we expect to or forecast to end at 17 million. And what we expect going forward from 2022-2023 is 19 million, which result into a 20% increase or growth. Of course, that obviously, Madam Chair, it does attract the expenses. The expenses grew by 18%, which is 21 million as a result. Then we are sitting at a net surplus of just under 200 million, which is under 200,000, which is 198. Then the next slide is the DSI summary budget for 2022 up until 2025. DSI has actually committed, to assist SACNASP with funding, actually to double the funding from 5 million per year to 10 million, and subsequent to that, it will be adjusted by inflation as it goes. So you can see there on 2022 to 2023 is 10 million. 2023 to 2024 it's 12,300,000, and 2024 to 2025 that's 13,234,000. We are actually grateful for the department with this cash injection or for funding. Madam Chair, this funding or the project funding is focused on 5 areas, which is CNP CPD, candidate monitoring phase, CPD programs, and promotion. We're looking at obviously upgrading our IT platform or IT systems. These, of course, we are looking at, focusing on the regulation and governance. And also, lastly, is the district development. Madam Chair, thank you so much. This is the budget for SACNASP for 2022-2023 and DSI 2022-2025. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Terence. Thank you, Madam Chair. We just have a few final slides. If we look at the database of our registered scientists, we currently have in the region of 14,000 registered scientists. And this is a valuable resource and an important database of the scientists who are registered with us in South Africa. And if you look at the registrations by race, we are showing a consistent growth in the number of Black registered scientists. And for the first year, last year, we registered more female scientists than male. We're hoping to continue this trend. And SACNASP is also getting younger. So we're seeing that the age range between 30 to 39 and 20 to 29 is growing. So this is a very important area, and this is why we need to focus on the youth and on the CNP program. So finally, these are just the positive outcomes from last year. It was the increasing number of scientists undertaking CPD by the online system. the continuing support and strengthening of engagements from the DSI, which again, we thank the DSI for. We've had very positive feedback from our VAs on the CNP pilot, and we will be engaging the next one now. We're talking to the VAs and opening up for the next round for this year. We've significantly improved our registration progress. Everything is online, with everything payments all. So it just means there's an increase in the number of applications and just a far more efficient system. We can guarantee quite well that people's applications will be completed efficiently and in under 6 months. We've had some very positive engagements with the key stakeholders, SACWA, CHE, HEIs, the National School of Government, government departments. We've received some positive feedback on our science engagement and on communication events, and as stated just now, an increased participation of youth and females in the national system of innovation. Madam Chair, honourable members, thank you very much. That concludes SACNASP's presentation for today.
Thank you very much, colleagues from the 3 entities that have presented this morning. I would like to note hands from honourable members that would like to engage. I perhaps should check from the department before I hand over to members. I think Shanaz had indicated to me who will be standing in on behalf of DG. I think we have DDG Patel and DDG Zwane. So between the two, I don't know if there's anyone who'd like to say anything before I hand over to members to engage.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
I'm not sure about DDG Patel, but on my part, there is nothing further to add to what has been presented by the 3 entities.
Okay. All right. No, that's fine. I don't see DDG Patel on the platform unless I am not seeing right, but yeah, no, I don't see him on the platform. But if you're covered for now, then that's fine. I see the hand of Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Sibia, followed by Honorable Makesi, in that order. Honorable Mananiso.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Allow me to switch off my video due to the issue of load shedding. Chair, one would want to firstly start by actually acknowledging all the presentations that we have received. And one can indicate that in some of the presentations, as a department, we've got a good story to tell in terms of transformational issues in the space. However, one have noted with great concern issues of underperformance of targets from SANSA, and I would want to echo to say that as a portfolio committee, would want to see the develop going up rather than downwards or to step backwards. So we would want them to do more with regards to many issues. However, one would like to start with the question for SANSA that with regards to the recent climate change, the natural disaster in KwaZulu-Natal and parts of Eastern Cape and the North, which reflects the importance of having early warning systems to anticipate a disaster and to evacuate people and assets to mitigate the impact of the disaster. How is SANSA contributing to building the required capabilities to mitigate climate change, and how will the Space Weather Center aid such efforts? From the scientific knowledge and capabilities of SANSA, could the impact of disaster in KZN and other areas be avoided, and what interventions would have mitigated the impact? The other question is the new target of the number of additional government departments and public entities that are geospatial information space products and services for the current year is 10. What is the potential update of the services across government, and how many private sector clients does the entity have? What are the details and type of joint initiatives that SANSA have at a global and continental level? What interventions are required to expand the scope of SANSA to telecommunications, navigation, and positioning applications and technologies, and what social economic impact could SANSA have with an expanded mandate? What is the limiting factor for SANSA to raise funds in the capital markets on viable programs, and is their entity approaching the infrastructure fund in this regard? Lastly, it's what are the factors contributing to the prolonged delay relating to transfer of the haptic facility from Biennial to SANSA? That's from me with regards to SANSA. And to South African Council for Natural Scientific Professions, one is that what are the contributing factors for registered scientifics not to be obtained annually, and how does this entity promote retention of professional registration? What is the demographic spread on registered natural scientists, and how many are estimated not to be registered? What type of audience does the public awareness and engagement initiatives target? And what is the targeted reach of audience or participants? Because you would know, Chairperson, as the portfolio committee, at times we always say to department that deals with such spaces that are not being seen accommodating everybody, we normally tell them it is important to bring everybody along, and as well not to leave anyone behind. So that is why I'm raising those questions with regards to the participation of public audience. What are the pathways of students, and what is the benefit of the South African Council for Natural Scientific Professions Student Enrollment Program? And lastly, in relation to the entity's contribution to education, qualification, and learning pathways for natural scientists through evaluating science programs in higher education situations, what is the relative competitiveness of our institutions globally, and which programs are less offered in our higher education institutions? Lastly, Chair, this one is for two entities. Can they submit to us a detailed program of action in terms of their mitigation focus programs to all that they have identified as a challenge, and so that we are able to do our accountability and oversight as the portfolio committee? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Sibia.
Thank you, Chairperson. Allow me to switch off the video. Thanks for all presentations. And greetings to everyone. Under SANSA, slide 23, there are key challenges which were mentioned. I don't know, because the minister in the DM is not here. Is there any plan to address the challenge of parliamentary grant, which is not adequate for project planning and implementation? I don't know whether they are going to answer it, or it needs the minister, I don't know. And again, under SANSA, there is a 3 billion project which SANSA has completed the
environmental impact assessment. What impact will this project have if implemented? And ASSAf, what are the notable impacts of the outputs of ASSAf, and how can the entity expand its impact? The last one, how is the entity working with basic education to provide adequate policy advice to improve learning outcomes and the promotion of science education? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Silia. Honorable Makesi.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. I won't be switching on the camera because I'm also having load shedding and there's a noise that is in the background. I hope you don't mind that because of load shedding. But if you allow me, I'll just go on. My first question is on SANSA. I just want to find out when they started to, I think when the CEO started to present, mentioned that that you are trying to assist students with STEM, with STEM subjects. What is it that you are doing specifically to ensure that STEM is one of your, as you say, that is one of your goals, to make sure that like most students, they get into the STEM programs. Because like, as you know, currently, like we don't have enough students who are in science and mathematics. What is it that you are doing to ensure that there's more attraction? Do you think that you're doing enough, or do you believe that there's more that can be done? And also, like, if you can just elaborate, what role do you play there? You also mentioned that you are responsible for weather agency. I just want to find out what happened in KZN. Do you have a more deeper understanding of what was the climate or the environment that impacted the KZN situation? Was that a tsunami? Do you know anything? Maybe if you could just maybe elaborate. I think we need to have a better understanding of that. And were there enough warnings? And in the future, what steps do you think you can make to ensure that people are warned enough so that they are aware of this kind of catastrophes that have the possibility of happening, and they are warned in due time so that there can be mitigations that are made and put in place to ensure that there's safety and there's no loss of life. With regard to your the number of employees, you have about 307 a number of approved posts, and yet you have only been able to fill 203 posts. I just want to find out because, if you look at the administration, there are 8 positions that need to be filled. Specifically on that administration, I would think that there are many people who have administration background that can fill those positions. Why those positions haven't been filled? And also, if you look at the other critical skills like space engineering, Earth observation, space science, and space operations, there are quite a number of vacancies that are not filled there. I can understand that there might be scarce skills, but I just want to find out which universities provide these degrees, and do you have any scholarships that you provide so that students can be able to be exposed to this type of degrees, even if it's international scholarships, so that you have a pool of the skills in order for you to fill them, and that you have more of a focus of having young South Africans filling those positions. So we'd like to find out what's your plan on that. And you also seem to be still on SANSA. You seem to be losing skilled employees. Can you please elaborate on the number and of those skilled employees that you have lost, and which areas of skills, and what are the reasons, and what are you doing to ensure that you retained your skilled employees? I would also like to find out if do you have any partnership with DSI? What kind of partnership, or do you have what kind of relationship do you have with them? And if you do, how far does it go? So just, to have a better understanding of that. There's one other, statement that you made, which says that the organizational culture, that it hampers performance or even progress. What do you mean by that? Because that will actually impact your performance if you have the culture that hampers performance or even progress. Can you please elaborate on that? Because it was just a statement that was made. Do you have other means of ensuring that you get more funding outside of government, and who you are looking? How are you looking at to fund you? And given the fact that now we are seeing financial, decline, what is it that you are doing to ensure that you get more funds? And also the fact that there's a decline, how is that impacting you in terms of your goals and your objectives? Then I can move on to ASSAf. Okay. Also talking about the budget. It looks like with your budgetary cuts, women in science seem to be the first to get the chop, because if you look at Organization for Women in Science in Developing World, that there's basically there's a cut there. So I just want to find out, how is that impacting you? The other thing is this, strangely, this Organization of Women in Science in Developing World, you only have, I don't know if it's the same number of 29% of women that you have are the ones that are going to be impacted. Does it mean that, you're going to be losing more women within that sector? And what are you doing to ensure that you also retain them? I know that maybe it's a duplication of what I asked on SANSA. The South African Academy of Engineering, what is your role in this? Is it related to the Engineering Council? Are you working with the Engineering Council on this? If you can just maybe also elaborate on that. And the qualifications of those who become members of ASSAf. Can it be a person with a junior degree, or is it only for PhD graduates? And also, is it for people who have, science background in terms of maybe also experience? Who qualifies to be a member of ASSAf? Just bear with me and check. Okay, let me just going down my document. Okay, continue with ASSAf. I think you actually mentioned that your objective, I think you said, talking about a second institutional review for a period of 2015 to 2020 is in progress. I just want to find out, where are you with that? Because you don't talk about that. That was now we are in 2 years. 2 years have passed since the end of 2020. And besides the COVID-19 impact, what has impacted the delay on the publishing of its basically this second institutional review? And how is ASSAf drafting a strategic plan for the period of 2025 if the latest review, the one that I just mentioned, is not complete yet? So how come you're already jumping into your strategic plan when your review hasn't been out yet? Basically, and also membership is waning. I just want to find out, when you say membership is waning, what are the reason for that? Why are people kind of, registering as members and then at some stage, decide to deregister and not to continue? And what are you doing to ensure that you mitigate that? You also state that in 2020, 2021, staff turnover was significant. I think I already asked that. I just saw it at the bottom. What are the reasons for that? Why is it? Is it the culture? What is going on? Why is it that you're using staff? I think I already asked that. I think that's about it, Chair. I think all my questions have been covered. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makesi and honorable members. On my side, sorry, my notes are a bit scattered. Perhaps let me begin with SANSA. So on SANSA's side, I don't have, generally with most of the entities, I don't have a lot of questions this morning. However, I would like to check with SANSA where you speak or make a SWOT analysis on the organization. You acknowledge that one of the weaknesses of the entity relates to organizational culture that hampers performance, and perhaps colleagues could elaborate on what they're putting in place to mitigate this, or just to bring us into confidence on how you mitigate what is understood to be a challenge or a weakness of the institution in relation to organizational culture. I think one is interested in this on the basis that I think generally when we deal with the Department of Science and Innovation, most of the time, concerns around governance and management don't arise as much. And I think if we are noting any trends that may be rising that we don't want, we need to be able to deal with them right at the start. And so one would want to understand what our plans are to try and address that. And, in relation to that, and many of your weaknesses, would SANSA say that the department is playing the necessary role to be able to support you in relation to that? And then also we'd want to know what support is SANSA receiving in relation to, for example, the Council of the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Committee? So what support are you receiving from the department in that regard? I want to just check if I am done. SANSA, no. Honorable Mananiso, I think to some extent alluded to this, and I think colleagues and honorable members, we expect nothing less from the Department of Science and Innovation and the broader network during this time where we need to be responding to the floods in KZN, Eastern Cape and the Northwest, but beyond responding, and I think, it's almost like as a country, as a sector, we want to again start speaking about climate change. And I think, I don't want to say again, but I think perhaps I'd like to be critical of ourselves as a country, as a sector, as a government, on the need for us to be consistent on some of these matters. So there could be pockets of society that are consistent on some of these matters, but some of us tend to tap in and out of these spaces when they remind us that they are spaces that we ought to be consistent on, right? So to continuously do work around mitigation, to continuously do work around being able to respond to such challenges. And I think for us, our area of interest would be firstly to know or to be brought into confidence on what SANSA is currently doing in building capabilities to mitigate climate change, and also, I guess, understanding what support you may need from ourselves as Parliament, you may need from ourselves as government, or rather as the department, in order for you to be able to increase your capacity to be able to play the influential role that we would like you to play in responding to a crisis like climate change, right? So I think I just perhaps thought I would mention that. And then on the institutional review draft report, we understand that it has been completed, and perhaps one would want to understand what areas of orientation does SANSA lack, which South Africa can build capability on to provide more products and services in that regard, just perhaps comparing yourselves to other national space agencies internationally. And then if colleagues, I don't know if we'll have to perhaps in the future consider having a session where you could unpack at length some of the key findings and recommendations that may have come out of your institutional review. And then what do we do with that? And I think for me, what would also be interesting is who then do we need to bring in to be able to bring some of these recommendations to life. And I think this just speaks for me to the key principles of what the decadal plan speaks on in terms of collaboration across, of course, the department itself, but beyond that. Then I'd like to move to okay, I think now I'll move on to, sorry, colleagues. Okay, let's deal with SACNASP. And in relation to SACNASP, I think the only one that I perhaps would want to raise there is that you have a brief which is titled Pathways into the Labour Market and Self-Employment for Natural Science Graduates, which you've developed in conjunction with the Human Science Research Council, and which discusses the issues of unemployed, employed, and underemployed graduates in South Africa. And I think we all understand the crisis that unemployment is. In fact, I think the Youth League of the governing party at times tends to say that perhaps unemployment in itself is a pandemic that the country is dealing with. But considering that we also don't want research to be done, we want research that can be able to assist government in its work. It will be very interesting for us to be brought into confidence on whether or not this information has been shared with a myriad of stakeholders in government and maybe even outside of government, and perhaps also sharing with us the key findings of this report. And maybe you can do that in writing, where you share that with us as a committee, and just how we are bringing, those findings of this brief, how we're finding them, how we're implementing or bringing these findings to life, right? I think that's why we do research. I mean, COVID really showed us the importance of research and how research can be brought to life in a manner that can impact the daily lived realities of people. So I think on that regard, on that one, that on SACNASP, that would have been an area of interest. Okay, and then in relation to your contribution to education qualifications and learning pathways that was in relation to ASSAf. Apologies, colleagues. No, sorry, that was in relation to SACNASP. Sorry, I'm all over the place this morning. So if I were to just ask another question to SACNASP in relation to entities, in relation to yourselves contributing to education qualifications and learning pathways for natural scientists through evaluating science programs in higher education institutions, it would be interesting to find out what is the relative competitiveness of our institutions globally, and perhaps just, from your own analysis, which programs are less offered in our higher education institutions. I think if I were to even take that further, I'd want to understand, if you look at, for example, the University of Zululand, on their main campus in particular, and I'm sure there are other institutions that have something similar, and I don't know what to call this, so colleagues will assist me, but there are these, I don't want to call them labs, but they are, and I'm feeling so embarrassed because I am a Bachelor of Science graduate, but we hardly went out into the field. Most of my modules were quite on the humanities side. So there are spaces where they're not a lab, so it's not inside, it's outside it'll be outside, and I guess there's different plants that one would interact with, and one would want to understand, and at times there are also various species that are also found in this protected space, which we find on a campus of an institution of higher learning. And I remember, in particular, with the case of the University of Zululand, when one did individual member oversight there, that space was highly abandoned, like it just was non-existent. And, when one was being narrated the history of the institution, it was explained how that space was at some point very much alive, very much active, and students could go and do various scientific investigations there and research there using that space. And COVID has played a huge role on that, in a sense that perhaps institutions, when we had the hard lockdown, became these deserted, spaces. But I think in that case, it goes beyond that moment. And so in terms of contributing to spaces of, or to institutions of higher learning, and wanting to see that synergy between the work being done in DSI and the work being done in higher education, one would want to understand how perhaps an institution like the South African Council for Natural Scientific Professions could assist in, guiding institutions of higher learning on how to resuscitate those spaces, etc. I mean, I'm just thinking, I don't know if it is something that is feasible or, is not, but it's something that came to mind. And then one would also want to understand if, considering the natural sciences in indigenous knowledge systems, one would want to understand if there is work being done by the council, or if the council knows of organizations that you support, that work together, that work in the indigenous knowledge space, particularly, I guess, in relation to traditional medicine. I think from my own, very simple understanding of sciences, there could be some sort of correlation in that regard. And then lastly, if I were to look at the Academy of Science of South Africa, ASSAf, I don't know if any of the members, I don't know if it was Honorable Makesi perhaps who raised this, but perhaps we could be, just affirmed in terms of the date of completion for the current institutional review and when the final report would be available for consideration and therefore shared with the committee. And then if you can just perhaps affirm the timeframes in relation to the amendment of the ASSAf Act and when that amendment bill could be tabled to Parliament. And then also we note that in a number of the entities that have presented to ourselves this morning, we have acting CEOs, and I think just in line with that, I think colleagues have tried to explain to some extent where they are in relation to a number of vacancies in the various entities that have presented to us, but also just more specifically, I guess, with ASSAf, in terms of your secretariat, perhaps you can bring us into light in terms of some of the skill shortages that you have there and how you're working towards mitigating and addressing that. I think then, colleagues, I'll leave it at that for now. I think I do have a few more questions or clarity-seeking questions, but I think I can come back to them. Perhaps the department could also just indicate to us some of the concerns that they have in relation to these entities. I mean, if you would, okay, I'll leave it at that for now. Then I'll come back to the, I think I have the last 2-3 points that I want to make, but I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you very much, honorable members, for your questions, comments, and recommendations. And then I would then like to hand over back to our colleagues. I think in terms of responding, we will just do it in the same order that colleagues presented in. So we would therefore begin with SANSA, followed by ASSAf, and then SACNASP. So colleagues from SANSA.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the members for that first round of questions. It is quite a number of questions, and in order for us to be able to cover everything, I'd like to suggest Ms. Melissa, our CEO, perhaps you, because I saw that some were across all the questions that were asked by members. If you would like to initially take the one that acknowledges our statement on the shrinking fiscal allocation and the request for us to clarify SANSA's strategies for alternative funding and the limitations to raising funding from capital markets. If you also take on the one that talks about the envisaged impact of the 3 billion rand project and the support that we are receiving from the Presidential Infrastructure Committee. And then if Dr. McKinnell could talk to our responses to the if you talk to the response to the disaster as well. And then Dr. McKinnell, if you take the space weather clarification, the question that was, do we have any ability to develop early warning systems and clarifications on whether we could foretell what happened in KwaZulu-Natal? And then if Vuyo, if you'd also deal with the pipeline development as that happens from space science, and then Vuyo, if you deal with all the HR issues, and then you can take on each and every one of the questions that are remaining. So I'll hand over to you, Ms. Melissa.
Thank you very much, Chair. The committee members would forgive us if there's a question that's a level of detail that we missed on the question. Unfortunately, like SACNASP, because we're in the same campus, our power in the bandwidth side went off there for a couple of minutes. So we do apologize for that. So around the question on the financial status of the organization and the strategies that we are putting in place. Since SANSA's inception, the fiscal allocation has never quite matched what was envisaged in the space policy, nor the national space strategy. We had therefore from the word go had to find mechanisms of looking at how we generate additional revenue to cover the areas that are prominent for us to make sure that we the mandate of the organization. And there's various sources that we tap into when we're looking at this. The Department of Science and Innovation, for one, also does come in to provide us with additional funding for special projects, if you can put it that way, such as we've seen with the National Space Weather, with the Regional Space Weather Center. We also put out responses to research calls and that come out within the science and research and scope. I've used, for example, the National Research Foundation platform as an example, and some of the European ones as well around research. As the global climate reduces or being impacted, we see the research fund pockets also reducing in line with that, which then does increase the challenge that we're faced with. The second aspect on our revenue generation, which also I would align it with the question that says, do we actually even have private clients as a space agency? We do have an aspect of our market, of our service and products that are geared towards the international private sector market, but also as other national or public space agencies as well in the international space. And that is one of the areas where we constantly get a constant stream, if you will, a dependable stream, if you will. However, we saw that as well with the COVID years during the past 2 years, that stream also started to shrink a little bit. We're watching whether the international market is going to start picking up in that level. And this is more talking to our launching support capability, as well as the tasking and tracking of satellites for the international community. Government as a client, in terms of the South African government as a client, is an area that we also exploring. And as I think I mentioned this in the presentation, that National Treasury does promote and encourage entities like ourselves that we look at the concept of the user pays option. So as we provide services, let's say to the Department of Water and Sanitation, we're now looking at how do we make sure that those services are paid for at cost, of course, because we're not a profit-making organization, by the Department of Water and Sanitation. And I must say that some of the departments are coming well onto the party to provide, to pay for the services that we're providing. It is, however, a challenge in that when your stakeholders are used to getting certain services from you at no cost, and then you come and now you are asking them to pay for those services, it does take a little bit of engagement and putting the necessary instruments in place to enable for that to happen. If we look at the Space Weather Center, for example, the space weather services, the aviation sector, this is a new requirement that the aviation sector has to make. So there's been, over the past 3 years and more, engagements with the aviation sector to prepare the aviation sector that these services are going to be coming up and they would have to be paying for those. So now we're needing to put regulations in place, and here we would be looking at the support of the Department of Science and Innovation and Parliament itself for those regulations to be in place in terms of the pricing of the services, as well as how we recover those and the cost recovery mechanisms that will be put in place. There are examples within the market, within the South African market, where this has been done, like the South African Weather Service, for example, has an instrument like that around cost recovery that we're looking into as best practices. So that was the question on the infrastructure, but on the funding, there is one aspect that's also linked to the relations with the Presidential Infrastructure Committee. If we look at some of the recent proposals or business cases that we have submitted to the funding instruments within government, one of those being the sustainable infrastructure, the symposium on sustainable infrastructure development that the presidency had initiated about two years ago, which is run under Infrastructure South Africa. One of the challenges that we are identifying is that the infrastructure funds in the country tend to be looking at the capex aspect of the infrastructure. So you do have these instruments that you can apply for funding to put up your infrastructure, and the space infrastructure is a long-term infrastructure investment, and it's a very costly and also it's costly, but you actually get your benefit on it in the long term. However, what is lacking is the operational budget that goes with that. And as an institution, if you then expected to be providing what we call public good services, but based on an infrastructure investment and funding mechanism that does not allow you to access a funding mechanism for operations, then you do have a challenge when you're talking to sustainability. We are, however, engaging with the appropriate institutions, including with the support of the Department of Science and Innovation, on how we can close these gaps. The impact that we envisage from the space infrastructure hub is twofold. Is twofold. One is in support and in growing the work that SANSA has been doing and the achievements that SANSA has seen to date. And this starts from the human capital development programs that we have, and Dr. McKinnell is going to talk on this more, and all the way to ensuring that we have a vibrant industry. So the procurement, the strategic procurement process that's aligned to that process is aimly targeted to making sure that our space industry are the ones that are actually responding as well as implementing the project. So the money is not going to be staying within SANSA. The money will actually go to the sector itself. And through that, we engaging the industries to prepare themselves as well for the employment pipeline that they will have to put in place to make sure that job creations are an outcome of that 3.3 billion to 4.4 billion rand investment once we have secured such. So, Chair, I think I have covered, I would like to believe I've covered the questions around the funding, as well as with the private space, private clients that SANSA services.
Sorry, just the last one, our response to the disaster, how we've been supported
Yes. On the climate change question, I must say I quite appreciate the level of thought and detail that the committee members have actually put into this question, because first and foremost, the questions talk to our readiness for responding, and also talk to mitigation. And I hear the question that says, could we have avoided such? So when we're talking about disasters, we talk about the natural and the man-made disasters. When it comes to climate change, we tend, especially with floods and so forth, those fall under the category of natural hazards. Let me put it this way, natural hazards. So avoiding a natural event occurring, there's very little that we can do on that side. But however, having the detection instruments or systems in place on us being able to identify that that the potential of a natural event occurring is paramount. We do have such systems in the country, and maybe the challenge could be around the integration of those in some spaces, but they are there. The second aspect of it is, once that natural event occurs, what is our readiness in terms of making sure that livelihoods are not impacted and lives are not lost into the scales that we are actually seeing at the moment. And when we're talking about the livelihoods, it also taps into the economic activity impact that is done. So the early warning systems around floods, as well as your what we would call a long-term onset, like drought, which take quite a long time before you can actually see them sometimes. The instruments are in place between the models that we use as a space agency, as well as what the South African Weather Service has, are they, and also the National Disaster Management Center, which is one of our major partners in terms of the response. So with this particular one, if we take UKZN, our first intervention is to call upon the International Disaster Charter. So we support the National Disaster Management in triggering that charter, because they are the authority in the country for triggering the charter. The charter is set up by space agencies internationally. When that charter is triggered, all the satellites that are part of that charter are then activated to capture imagery for the area that is affected, as we saw with KZN. We then captured the imagery, and maybe if I can actually use this moment, if I put the video on, you would actually see the images behind me. One of the images, the one that is green, is before the floods occurred, and the dark one, which is the water that you're seeing there, is post the disaster. Just from that imagery alone, you can tell the extent of the damage, which is one of the first critical aspects for response purposes. Which areas have been damaged? What has been damaged? Here you can see that a road has been eroded close to between the shopping center and the informal settlement. This then enables the local response units to actually make the appropriate decisions on where to put the resources for response, and how to prioritize on the economic recovery for the area that has been impacted. As I mentioned, we partner with the National Disaster Management Center on this, because then they also have their own network that gets to the municipal level. The Department of Science and Innovation has also called upon all of its entities during this period, for all of us who've got response mechanism, or who have services that can be put into the response mechanism, for those to be put in for a collective national system of innovation response. And I understand that the engagement at the presidential level, the department is represented there, and this information has been shared at that level as well. Chair. Chair, I'm gonna stop on that one, and maybe Dr. McKinnell, when she talks about the skills development, she can also touch in terms of the space weather versus the terrestrial weather, and also how space weather also comes in when we're talking about the disasters. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Leanne.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, honourable members and colleagues. My name is Leanne McKinnell. I'm an executive of the Space Agency, and I'm going to address two forms of questions. I'm going to address the questions on space weather and how it links to disaster management, and then also the skills development questions. So space weather is also a natural disaster, as Ms. Melissa explained. And as a natural disaster, it is not responsible for climate change, but can assist in terms of the climate change problem. So internationally, space weather, which is the impact of the sun on the Earth and its technological systems, and that's the big keyword for us, is how space weather creates vulnerabilities and risks in our technological systems. It has internationally been declared a global challenge at the same level as the global challenge on climate change. Because it's a natural disaster, we can't stop it or prevent it, but we can understand it, know it, and forecast what's going to happen. We can also learn from previous events. So in terms of a natural disaster like the one that occurred in UKZN, one of the main aspects that you need to look at is your communication systems. And communication systems are subjected to vulnerabilities created by space weather. Now, SANSA has become an expert center in HF communication and the impact on space weather on that form of communication. So in terms of our response to disasters, we are also able to do communications planning to work out how to communicate with members of the community who are affected by the disaster and how to assist them, and how space weather will then be impacting on those communication plans. So that is the way in which we currently would assist in terms of a terrestrial weather disaster like one created by flooding. So flooding and excessive winds and tsunamis are all part of terrestrial weather, which currently there is no scientific evidence to show a link with space weather. However, space weather is a global challenge at the same level as climate change, and it does create vulnerabilities and risks that if we know about, we can use to assist in terms of responding when a disaster occurs. And that's what we're planning to do with our Space Weather Center. We've already developed one product called IOCAP, which is a communications planning tool, which is being used extensively in the defense sector right now, and which we'll be rolling out to other sectors that will help with communications planning, particularly in a time of disaster. So I hope that clears that up. And also in terms of early warning systems, so some of the products and services that we are developing in line with our new Space Weather Center are exactly that, to provide us with early warning systems in terms of how space weather will affect your cell phone signal, your internet, your power line, etc., any technological system that you're using, including satellite TV and satellite navigation applications. So we are developing those products right now, and we plan to release a whole batch of them in October 2022. So in terms of the skills development questions, so SANSA participates at almost every level of the pipeline. So we have a very vibrant and engaging science engagement program, and we have a science center as well as a mobile lab. And we use that together with the fact that space is a really cool subject to drive excitement in science, technology, and innovation. So our motto for the Science Engagement Program is to use space to drive excitement in science, technology, and innovation. And we reach a large number of learners. In 2020, 2021, we reached more than 30,000 learners across the country in different districts in terms of science engagement and creating awareness for the need for scientists and engineers. We also provide career days and role models to career exhibitions to show young people in South Africa what you can do if you have a degree in science and engineering. And we're having some success on that. When you move into the university level, SANSA does not provide bursaries for undergraduate students at this stage. However, we do provide a lot of opportunities for undergraduate students. So, for example, we support the GIS laboratory at the University of Fort Hare as one example, where there are extensive remote sensing courses given to undergraduate students. We also have a trilateral arrangement with partners in Germany and the US for a space weather camp. And every year, at least 8 South African students selected from across the country get to participate in an international space weather camp and learn about space weather and the careers that can be gained through that knowledge. And in fact, this year we've managed, with help from the National Research Foundation, to push that number up to 17 South African students who will be exposed at an international level to space weather. So those are just 2 examples of some of the opportunities we have for undergraduate students, and we are constantly looking for more. We're also working with the space industry on professional development opportunities for students with engineering degrees who need exposure to the industry, and also exposure to a career in engineering. And then at the postgraduate level, we have a very vibrant postgraduate student development program, which is led by a dedicated student liaison officer who works with the students and the universities to ensure that we give out postgraduate bursaries for students who are doing degrees in skills that we need in the space agency and the space industry. So this includes skills in space science, in earth observations, so earth science, remote sensing. We also do look at space engineering, radar engineering, RF engineering, and then we also look at students who are doing degrees in programming, computer science, and those kind of skills that we actually need right across our programs. In 2021, 2022, we were able to fund 50 postgraduate students. We are, with the help of our department, we are actually moving that up to 70 postgraduate students in 2022, which is a phenomenal number from across the country. SANSA is not a degree granting organization. We can work with any university across the country, and we spread ourselves out. So we work with a number of them. SANSA has also received its first research chair through the partnership with DSI and the NRF. It's a research chair dedicated to solar physics. And recently in March, our research chair went on a roadshow, covered 5 universities in a week, to talk to students about solar physics and space weather and how they can get involved with the space agency. And this was one of the programs that we're running for particularly scarce skills across the country to get students to understand what they can do with these kind of degrees and what projects are available and how they can be involved in the excitement of space weather. And then just finally, as far as opportunities for young people are concerned and linked with our transformation targets, the Space Weather Operational Space Weather Services Project has given us a fantastic opportunity to bring in and employ young graduates and train them in terms of space weather forecasting. So we currently have 5 young graduates who have been trained in space weather forecasting, and we will be appointing another 2 within the next 2 months so that we can have a critical mass for 24/7 operations. And these are all unemployed graduates who have now received training in space weather forecasting. I also want to just mention, as a kind of brag moment for the Space Agency, that the head of our Space Weather Center is a young woman, and it's potentially going to be 6 of our 7 forecasters will be young women as well. So we are also providing an opportunity to young people and graduates to come and be involved in this. And a number of our other projects across SANSA, including Digital Earth Africa and the Space Infrastructure Hub, will also provide a lot of opportunities for young people to be involved in the space agency. So thank you very much. I think I've addressed everything.
Thank you, Leanne. Ms. Vuyo-Nchoke, I'm going to ask you to please address, members had questions about how we are going to address the organizational culture, the vacancies that are at SANSA, and the loss of skilled employees. And then, Andiswa, I'll call you back to talk to the satellite communications and how tech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon to the members. Chair, I'll start on the issue of the vacancies. The approved posts are indeed 307 as per the structure. However, Chair, the 104 that are currently vacant at the moment are actually related to a number of dynamics, some of which, Chair, include on the main, the projects, the key strategic projects of the organization, such as the HOTEC, such as the Space Weather Center, such as the AIT. So, Chair, those have dependencies in terms of also having secured or securing the requisite funding to be able to move forward. So those would be then considered under the operationalization costs of those key projects. Under the administration's side, Chair, there was a concern with regards to why there would be vacancies even in that program. Chair, those vacancies are related to certain resignations that have taken place. However, even at that level, Chair, there are vacancies that are there because the structure has provided for the future skills need of the organization. Because in as far as we're expanding from an infrastructure development and program rollout perspective, there will also be a need to reinforce our administrative support in accordance with that. So that is why, Chair, there is that alignment in terms of making sure that we keep track of developments from a project level and then move forward with recruitment accordingly. The key issue, Chair, that I can flag in relation to the vacancies, as indicated earlier by the CEO, is that we are prioritizing at the moment the vacancies that are at the executive level so that we can close those gaps. And there are definite arrangements, Chair, in place in terms of making sure that there is no disruption to business. So the relevant acting arrangements are in place, meaning there is continuation
even with the vacancies that are there. And there is quite advancement that has been made, Chair, even in relation to closing those gaps, more so the CEO, the CFO, and the enterprise for the executive for enterprise services. There was a question, Chair, around the loss of the skills. That comes, Chair, with a number of reasons as well. If I use the fourth quarter as an example, 10 employees left SANSA, and only 3 of those 10 that actually left were resignations. Because you will recall that as per the structure, some of the positions are also contract-based and project-related as well. So you might find, Chair, that they are attached to a specific time span in accordance with a program or project duration. And in certain instances, Chair, a person might be within the system and not necessarily succeed in securing that permanent appointment. So there are some of the reasons around the losses. In relation to making sure that we do mitigate, Chair, there's quite a number of interventions that are ongoing at the moment. Primarily, Chair, we are conducting a skills audit that we've kicked off in January. That, Chair, on the main is made to aid us in identifying the gaps and being able to bridge those gaps that have been identified through upskilling and reskilling. We will also, Chair, be working concurrently on the development of a talent management framework so that we are able to better maximize the use of the existing skills pool within SANSA. So there is that balance, Chair, in terms of nurturing and retaining the current skills pool, while also making sure that as we recruit, we do attract the necessary talent to SANSA. That does respond to that part. On the issue of the culture, Chair, the organization has, since inception, put quite a lot of importance around setting the organizational culture that is positive. And that is why, Chair, we are even now busy with a change management initiative that is primarily driven by that organizational culture aspect, as well as making sure that we entrench the correct set of values across the organization. So all of those, Chair, are actually interconnected and will, at the end of the day, assist us in achieving a high performance culture for the organization. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Njogo. Andiswa, if you'd come back then and address how tech delays and address the telecommunications satellite program, and then all the other individuals, including, I think there was a first question that talked to our declining performance, our apparent declining performance for the year 21 to 22. So if you'd address that and the remaining questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. The question on how SANSA is responding to and the impact on the satellite communications and navigations and positioning. I took this question from Honorable Member Mangaliso, who went in very fast in her questions to seek clarity in terms of the fact that SANSA, when it comes to this part of the mandate, is not there yet. As mentioned during the presentation, as we're speaking today, the Department of Telecommunications and Digital Technologies, as well as Department of Science and Innovation, and their entities, which includes SANSA, are in a workshop today looking at the SATCOM strategy. If we are successful in putting that strategy together and the action plan, including the financing for that, it would be one of those platforms that is actually a game changer for a space-faring nation like ourselves. Because if you look at where most of the cost, when you're looking at services that comes from space applications, the biggest cost in terms of expenditure for any country is always on telecommunications. Today, the platform we are using, for example, is based and dependent on telecommunications. So if a country can actually build its capability and provide for its own telecommunication, that you then see immediate rewards that not only talk to us talking to each other, to our banking systems, but also teleeducation and telehealth. So the impacts that one could derive from having that capability as a national strength are quite big. When it comes to the delays that we have experienced with the health tech refurbishment, there's the challenge that we've been faced with is the situation that Denel Dynamics is finding itself in. The ownership of the Gauteng facility is not under the Department of Science and Innovation, therefore a SANSA facility. What we've been working on with the support of the department is to get SANSA in a point where SANSA has either ownership of the facility, which would be the ideal, as Daniel has indicated to us that they have no intention, because of the situation that they are in, of continuing their activities around this level of space activities. That engagement is now at a departmental level, and the minister is assisting us with that resolution to ensure that we continue with the operations and we're not delaying any further. The engagements are also looking at whether SANSA can now be issued with access to enter the facilities and do the upgrades, as well as the access for the industry to then come in and actually use the facility, because ultimately the reason why we're looking for the refurbishment is because we want to support our space industry in their manufacturing and testing of the space components that they then export to the international market. It is a strategic space facility for the country, and an investment that South Africa must be applauded for having made early on in its ambitions of playing a role within the space global market. It would be a pity for us not to get as soon as we can to a point where that facility then starts to benefit our space industry, because then our industry, we're going to have to start making parallel investments, which is something that we definitely would not want to do. There were a couple of questions that we picked that we could not lump into the ones that the board chair has clearly put us on the trail to respond to. One was under the performance of SANSA. I do apologize to the members of the committee that slide that talks about the 2021 unaudited numbers. That is actually the achievement that the organization has made. And as we stand, SANSA has achieved about with no noting that the auditing still needs to be done. We're at 95% achievement of our annual performance targets for 2022. The numbers that look to be seeming that we're dropping in performance, those are the planned targets for 2022, 2020, 2023. And as I have explained, the reason why you would see the difference, it looks as if for 2021, 2022, we've had higher numbers, in 2022, 2023, the numbers have dropped. One is an actual in terms of what we've achieved, and the context and the environment into which one achieves those high performance targets is not guaranteed for the following year. We've had an exceptional year in some of those areas when it was 2021, 2022, when hence the targets for 2022, 2023 still stay as per our strategic plan. Honorable Mangaliso did ask the question in terms of the potential of the services that SANSA provides to government. Again, that number that says increase the government entities or departments that uptake geospatial activities by 10. It must be taken on the backdrop that we've actually have a huge number of the government departments already receiving geospatial services from the South African National Space Agency. And these services move from assisting entities like Eskom with making sure that the electrification, who has electrification and who doesn't in the country are mapped, from human settlements in terms of tracking and tracing the human settlement and housing build programs, the Department of Water and Sanitation, as well as a number of our water body authorities receive monthly services and products from the institution that talks to the water levels in the country. And we contribute to some of the drought monitoring platforms as well, to mention but a few. so the service portfolio that we are now looking at for the coming years, especially when we look at the space infrastructure one, is to strengthen what we call the built infrastructure, the built environment, the monitoring of the built environment, because this is an area where the government makes huge investments, and therefore supporting the monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of those projects is something that we have made priority for the organization. We are not going to take a downstep from monitoring of the environment in terms of the ecological side of the environment, like your water, and your agricultural related products and services. So there's a huge growth potential in terms of the services that we can provide to government based on the needs and the prioritization that the various government departments and entities are putting in front of us. I think the last one, maybe, Chair, for me to cover is around the partnerships that SANSA has. Our partnerships vary across, one, from the DSI entities themselves, or what we will call the National System of Innovation partnerships. Here we leverage on each other's capabilities, in particular the technical capabilities, because the investment that is made in each of us as entities is complementary to the other one. So we do have a number of projects that we are working with. National Research Foundation, for example, has a very good program system that enables for publications of proposals, evaluation of responses, adjudication, and management of those grant funding. So when SANSA puts up a grant fund, as we have done, that was launched last year with the support of the department, we then went to the National Research Foundation to say, can we tap into the capability that you have built over the years, and we use you as our administrator for this program. And so that is how we're implementing that. We have similar initiatives with the Council for Scientific and Institutional Research, Industrial Research, and other entities that are not necessarily the Department of Science and Innovation. Other partnerships, international partnerships that we have, the Deep Space program that we shared in that last slide is an example of a long-standing partnership that we've built with NASA in the United States that is now coming to fruition and having a long-term sustainable program for us, which could be from 10 to 30 years with the success of the funding that's coming into place. Chair, I would apologize to the members of the committee if there are further questions that we have missed to respond to, and we would take the opportunity to provide that response if the meeting allows for SANSA to come back to have the floor. Thank you very much. If I can hand over to you, please, Chair.
Thank you very much, Andiswa and team. Chair, I think we've attempted to respond to all the questions that came from members. We have noted two actions. One, where the committee was requesting that we develop a report which notes all the challenges and notes our mitigation strategies for those challenges. And the second one, which was about organizing a special session with the committee on the outcomes of the institutional review as soon as it has been concluded. So those two we are taking note, and we will therefore be making sure that they get delivered on. And I thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. And also thank you very much for noting areas that we would need to collectively follow up on. We appreciate your responses, and I hope that all members feel that their questions, comments, and recommendations have been adequately responded to. I'd like to then hand over to colleagues from ASSAf.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll start and I'll try to answer two of the main preliminary questions we were asked, and then I'll hand over to Dr. Sudial to take over some of the more detailed questions. The first question was about how do we ensure impacts of our outputs and our activities, and what are we doing about expanding our impact? So I'll just address that one briefly. for a start, ASSAf tries to deal with issues and challenges that are topical and relevant at the time, and important nationally, and important in Africa, and important internationally. And we do a lot of investigation and some very deep insight kind of investigations. We always make sure that we are inclusive with the people who contribute to those reports and so on. And the kind of reports that we produce, they vary. They go from being what you might consider to be academic reports to more general kind of proceedings. We also make booklets for policymakers. We issue statements on some of the very current matters, and there are some books which are produced as well. So that's the broad range of the kind of outputs we have. The way we look for impact is through dissemination of those, which we do through the media, the social media, as well as the academic media. We produce many of these publications in an accessible style so that the members of the public can understand and get some benefit from them. And we also hold a range of discussions, very often now, and I think to our advantage in terms of impact. We do it virtually through webinars, online systems. We collaborate with some of our partner organizations in doing those kind of online activities. And we find that we have increasing numbers of attendees at those virtual discussions and virtual presentations. So that's the way in which we look for impact. We are trying hard to include to increase that impact by collaboration with partners, not just in this country, but also through organizations such as the Inter-Academy Panel, through international collaborations across various different other academy associations, and partnerships with big organizations such as the OWSD, which you mentioned a little earlier. So we look at it in terms of demonstrating value for what we've been doing, developing awareness of what we are doing, and we do seek to develop educationally. We provide information for educational organizations as well, so that they can use the work that we have done in education. And finally, I just want to say that we do have a broad membership, and we use our members and their expertise to ensure that we can provide information which is useful. And that is what is the impact of our outputs. And then the other question that I wanted to answer was the question about how do you qualify to be a member of the Academy, and what does it take? So the first simple answer is that it does not require that you have to have a PhD, but it does require that our members are distinguished by the excellence of their science. So you qualify to be a member of the Academy by being established as a scientist, and I want to say there that we take a very broad definition of what is science. We are not narrowing it down to the natural sciences. We include the social sciences, the humanities, and the very broad approach of science being a methodical way of dealing with understanding knowledge and generating knowledge. So the academics, they're not all academics actually, many of our scientists are from different organizations, but to be a member of the Academy, you do have to be established as a scientist, recognized by your peers for the work that you have done or are doing. And we take a view of measuring the excellence of that work through conventional measures of excellence in the academic sense. There's another aspect to being a member of the Academy that we do consider when we consider membership, and that is that the members of the Academy should be providing some service to society. In other words, making use of their expertise and their knowledge and their outputs their science to benefit society, to make for a better world. So that's one of the other criteria that we consider to be an important part of being part of this academy as a scholarly society. And I think that that's in common with academies across the world. So, Chair, those are the two main aspects that I wanted to deal with. I'll hand over now to Dr. Sudiel, who's going to deal with some of the other questions that were asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Burton. I would just like to pick up on the question by Honorable Sibea, who asked about our engagement with basic education. So I want to say that we have worked with the Department of Basic Education through one of the lead representatives of the life sciences, namely Dr. Kanthan Pillay, and we engaged with him in the drafting and engagement for our COVID booklet. We've also in discussions with them to set up an MOU to contribute towards the curriculum development, and also to see how we can learn from what they have planned in the curriculum to align some of our products, like our Quest magazine, for example, where we cover issues on related topics in the curriculum. We have now even started to do some language translation of key topics in Quest magazine, which is going to grow. And we also have a relationship with the Department of Higher Education and Training, particularly dealing with our open source activities, also with the Scielo platform, and assistance with peer reviews of journals that feed into, a good contribution for society and academia at large. So we do have those, and of course, and not only with basic education, we would like to extend the niche of our activities with other departments, because as you've heard from our Deputy President, ASSAf is multifaceted in the deliverance of science, and all government departments should be, aspiring towards using science and innovation in extending and accentuating their own outputs. So we would like to also extend our engagement with other departments. So that's on the cards going forward. The question by Honorable Machesi regarding the budget, particularly that related to women in science, I just want to clarify that the Women in Science for the Developing World is a separate organization. ASSAf hosts it, and up until the February of last year, we actually provided secretariat help until funding issues became an issue for ASSAf. However, and I see a colleague from the DSI, Mr. Hadebe, who is online, he generously made available about 800,000 Rand from our Lindau allocations that was over budgeted there to OATS to assist them in continuing with their activities. Currently, OATS has about over 7,500 members internationally. Regionally on the African continent, the membership is around 470 odd. And from South Africa, there are about 456 members. So I just want to clarify that OATS is separate to the academy, but there are some academy members who are part of OATS as well. So I hope that puts that into perspective. I want to now invite my HR manager, Ms. Lynette Duplessis, who has been having issues with load shedding, but if she's okay, I would like to ask her to address the question related to the staff turnover and what is the academy doing with respect to skills shortages and development within the Secretariat. Lynette, are you okay to take those?
Thank you very much, Professor Sudial. And good afternoon, honourable members, colleagues, and all the other attendees. And I would like to upfront apologise for unstable connectivity. We are experiencing load shedding at the moment. And in fact, at the time the question came, I was also offline connecting, using my phone as a hotspot. So I apologise if my connectivity is unstable. I would like to address the issue of the seemingly high turnover, and would like to report that although it seems high, this is mainly due to the termination of the hosting agreement between ASSAf and the International Science Council's Regional Office for Africa that came to an end. This resulted in the termination of 5 employees who were employees of the ISC ROA. So this hosting agreement resulted in what seems to be a high turnover. The ASSAf only had 2 staff members who resigned during the financial year. And we have to be reminded that due to the fact that the ASSAf staff numbers are quite low, 2 staff members resigning would seem to be high, but it's not in actual fact. ASSAf has 30 members of staff only. And it has been the norm in the past that the turnover of ASSAf remains low and that the ASSAf workforce is rather stable. So I trust that that will address the issue relating to the high turnover. In terms of skills development, I'm sure that everyone is aware that ASSAf does employ educated staff, and we promote and support postgraduate studies through a policy that we have at ASSAf, where we would support staff members who would like to continue postgraduate study by providing what could be referred to as an ASSAf bursary, where we would pay for the education, the postgraduate study, with a work-back period linked to that. In the past year, 2 of the ASSAf staff members qualified and obtained their PhDs, just to mention some of the postgraduate studies that we have been supporting. I trust that that will address skills development within ASSAf as well. Thank you very much, Prof. Studio.
Thank you, Lynette. Chair, I also want to address the question about the SAAE, the South African Academy of Engineering. Once again, ASSAf hosts this entity, and the funding that they receive up until now has come directly from the DSI, based on an application for funding to the DSI that they have made via the executive officer to the DSI. And we met earlier this year because rather than just hosting, we discussed the possibility of how we could support and engage with each other. And in fact, I host a webinar series called In Conversation With. And next month, our speaker is from the Academy, from the Engineering Academy. Now, we've realized from this face-to-face discussion that we had that there are several areas where there are strengths within the engineering sector that is in keeping with what the Academy wishes to take forward. And so that portal of engagement has now been opened, and I am optimistic that going forward, we will have a better engagement in activities rather than just playing, hosting and reporting representation. So I'm glad that that question has come up because it has been an issue that's been a moot point with me particularly, and we're now mitigating and trying to be constructive with respect to a more engaging association rather than just hosting. All right, the next issue about membership waning in numbers. So as Professor Burton has mentioned, the process of becoming an ASSAf member is quite a stringent one, and it's based on election and not selection. So the election process is competitive, and Professor Burton has highlighted that it is based on a combination of academic excellence, which is the top of the top of top in terms of members who are nominated by their peers. And then this goes through a process of evaluation by our membership advisory committees. And once they have selected the top candidates from those categories, it gets presented to the council, and then council decides on where they put the cutoff for the number for the membership in that year. The last process is those names get put on a ballot, and it goes out for voting by members, and then those who meet the criteria for the voting step get inducted into the membership. So over the years, we have seen anything from 25 to about 40 members being inducted in a year. Coupled with that, from 2012 to January 2022, we've had 11 members who have resigned, and mainly these are members who have kind of retired from academia, and some of them have even left the country but did not want to retain their membership. At our last council meeting and AGM, we also took in October, we took the decision of advancing those people over the age of 70 into the emeritus status. So this is a significant number of people, I can't remember the exact number right now, who would qualify for immediate emeritus status within the academy. And also from 2019 to present, including January of this year, we've had 18 deaths. So if the question was about why some of the numbers fluctuate, so the membership numbers would be made up of active members of the academy, and that will be reduced by the deaths and people who have resigned. But overall, I think many people still retain their membership. I now want to invite my colleague, Renata Vernier, to address the questions about the institutional review. She, together with our General Secretary, Professor Sabia Isak, is leading this on behalf of the Academy. So Renata, could you address the question about, firstly, the delay due to the impact of COVID and where we are currently with the process and when we would expect to have the process completed to the point of having a draft report. Over to you, Renata.
Thank you, Prof. Sudiel, and good afternoon, Honourable Chair and members of the committee and other colleagues. So the planned goal date for the Secretariat to finalise the review process and to have a final document in place is the end of July to coincide with the submission of the 2021-22 annual report. Currently, we have an independent review panel that is conducting interviews with some 21 stakeholders, and we envisage this process to be finalised by the week ending the 20th of May. And thereafter, the writing up of the synthesis report by an external writer will commence. And as I said, with a final copy of the institutional review report to be submitted to Council by the 31st of July. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. Chairperson, Honorable Machesi also alluded to issues related to the drafting of the strategic plan. And I just wanted to mention that this is forward-looking. We are in our 4th year of the current cycle, and at some point next year, we are going to have to start planning for working on the new strategic plan. And it's just my thinking, because when I joined at the end of 2018, I was thrown into the deep end to put together the previous strategic plan. And I just want to be forward thinking and host a couple of workshops with staff and with ASSAf members during the course of next year that would be working in parallel with our institutional review to be able to come up with a composite and a robust analysis of where we are in our performance with the Academy. During the course of the week, I was interviewed by somebody doing research for the Inter-Academy Partnership, and I was pleased to hear that they will submit a report on how all the academies, over 200 academies worldwide, responding with respect to issues related to urban health. So we would be able to gauge how we are working relative to an international review as well. So that is why I talked about with enthusiasm the strategic plan, because I'm very excited to have the honor of leading this process going forward. And I do acknowledge that we do require the institutional review, and we also need to have some internal issues put in place for better and enhancing our monitoring and evaluation strategy. I wish to say that there's a small consortium among the various entities spearheaded by the CSIR to help us bring our collective thoughts together on how best we can monitor and evaluate our performance as entities affiliated with the Department of Science and Innovation. So using all of these things that are work in progress, we will be in a better position to bring in this kind of layered thinking in drafting the futures of our entities. There was also a comment by Honorable Makechwa about Indigenous knowledge systems. Honorable Member, I appreciate that there are many institutions, like, for example, the Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences, the HSRC and the CSIR, as well as several SAFG chair entities across the national grid that are, including the Medical Research Council, that are focusing on Indigenous knowledge systems in various components of how they execute their tasks. But I was particularly intrigued as we went through the last 2 years of COVID, in the way in which Indigenous knowledge, our cultural differences impacted on the way in which we perform rituals, particularly burial rituals, against the legal restrictions that were imposed on us. And as we looked around from the different cultural denominations and faith denominations, we realized that there's a lot that we all don't know about each other in terms of culture. So when we hosted at the end of September last year, a webinar on faith-based responses to the COVID pandemic, it was very revealing how little we understand of each other's culture. And with that lack of understanding sometimes comes disrespect. And I am of the opinion, and also given my previous position of being in human genetics and in population and evolutionary genetics, that requires an understanding of culture, anthropology, and human settlements, etc. I believe it is important for us as an academy to bring to the fore some of the gaps that exist in our society. And once we address these gaps, I am convinced that we will contribute towards social cohesion. I do not wish to do this alone. I am mindful that there are other players on the national grid who are doing this better. And I, as the executive officer of the Academy, will start by inviting the various people to a meeting to see how we could do something as a collective together, which actually helps in utilization of limited resources for better outcomes. Chairperson, as far as I can see from my notes, I think my colleagues and I have addressed the questions that have come to us from honorable members, but I do see that there are a few other council members from ASSAf, Professor Gledhill and Professor Scholes. If there's anything you wanted to add at this stage, if we've missed out something, I would like to invite you to participate before we hand back to the chair. Okay, I don't seem to see any response to that. So with that, Chair, I wish to hand back to you and thank you for the opportunity to respond to the questions. And I hope that we have addressed everything that was raised with us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues from ASSAf. Thank you very much for your time, for your responses, and I hope that members have been adequately responded to. I'd like to then move on to SACNASP, which is our last entity for the day. I'd like to also just remind members that we are adopting the committee report on our engagements with the Department of Higher Education and Training and some of its entities in terms of their annual performance plans, their strategic plans, and their the budget. So this is all, of course, in preparation for budget vote 17, which sits next week Thursday, which we will debate next week Thursday. So just a reminder to members that we will be adopting that later today, and it's important that we all remain on the platform in order for quorum in order to meet quorum and adopt the report. So having said that, I'll just then hand over to colleagues from SACNASP to respond. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I will try to address one or two, but then I'll hand over to Sarah and management. I will just first list the questions that we received. There was a question on the registration challenges in terms of our retention plan. There was a question on the demographic spread in terms of our registered scientists. Third question was on public awareness audience. And there was a question on benefits for students enrollment programs. Question number 5 was on evaluation of academic programs at higher education institutions and global competitiveness. Number 6 for us was on the pathways towards the labor market in accordance with our report. And then there was an issue on the indigenous knowledge systems. I will start by addressing the question on the evaluation of academic programs and global competitiveness. I will declare that I do not think there have been any studies done in terms of comparative analysis on terms of global competitiveness of our programs vis-a-vis global institutions. It could be something that maybe we can look at in future reports. Currently, as it is, the universities are rated globally using different matrices, but this includes mostly the research outputs, not necessarily programs and employability of graduates. The first part of that question was on the comparativeness nationally. What actually we do, we are looking at graduate attributes. In a way, we are trying to look at what we seem to believe is exit level outcomes. What is the likelihood that a graduate of this program will become employable? So this is about employability of graduates. This, we believe, have got a correlation with the registrability with us as SACNASP, because we have got many voluntary associations and industry partners who assist us in terms of the evaluation, and also are part of our ecosystems. We are able to advise that this program is competitive, and also graduates have got correct attributes in terms of their employability. We are at this stage just at the inception. We have only evaluated a few programs, and we have got many programs at one institution, University of Limpopo, that we're evaluating as a pilot. Management can then later on add on that. On the question that was raised by you, Chair, and another honorable member on the report on the pathways, we will provide a detailed written response on that question. But what I can just at a very high level indicate is that on that report, the report indicated that natural scientists are at large, they are employed, more than 70%. And some of them, a good proportion, are also job creators. They are self-employed entrepreneurs. There were quite a very small proportion of our sample which was unemployed, which was only 5%. So the pathways was quite good in terms of towards employment or towards job creation in the natural science field. The other important element was that the factors that affect natural science employment outcome were race, of course, gender, field of study, university that the student graduated from, and also social networks. The other interesting observation was that the private employers tend to be biased towards graduates from our historically disadvantaged institutions. And in terms of the recommendation, there was a question which also said, so what are the action plans, which we are still busy, that will be part of our written report, but the recommendations from the report was government need to support employers in terms of creating and retaining the jobs. What was also very, very important to us as SACNASP was the issue of that university need to revise curriculum and the training of natural science graduates. This resonates very well with our efforts to assist university in evaluating their academic programs. There was an issue of the institutional variances whereby historical disadvantaged universities were suffering from negative perceptions from the employers. One of the recommendations was that we need more skills planning. This aligns very well with the report on skills development in South Africa. We also need to develop more entrepreneurial versus job seeker approach. And also the role of private sector was also highlighted as one of the initiatives that are required. Honorable Chair, I also need to declare that in terms of the institutional review process, this is a process that whereby all the DSI entities are also undergoing a similar review. So we will also, as per the recommendation or the request to other entities, will also provide a written report and also action plan in terms of the review process. Sarah, can you then answer the other questions before I can then check if all the questions are answered? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Mawe. Thank you, Madam Chair, honourable members. I would like to also add, in relation to the report on the pathways, we were invited to attend an R&D survey roundtable which would deep dive some of the outcomes of this report. This is yet to be finalized, but all of the outcomes from the R&D, and they will be used to propose future policy implications, and it will be incorporated into a cabinet memo that reports on survey data. So that's sort of, there's two sides to the outcomes of that report. On Indigenous knowledge systems, we are currently looking at a webinar which we will be holding in July, which is the promotion of Indigenous knowledge systems. We're still inviting people to moderate and speak at that event. So we are engaging with people in the Indigenous knowledge sector. I would just like to hand over to Dr. Matabane, who will address the issues of the science communication, the audience, and the benefits of the student engagement program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and good afternoon to the Honourable Chair, Honourable members and colleagues. In terms of the science engagement programs, SACNASP is hosting various public engagement and awareness initiatives to foster the understanding of our role as natural scientists. And these include one of the webinars that we hosted on how the VAs can contribute towards the district development model. We've also had discussions regarding the promotion of ethical and professional conduct for natural science professionals. Just to mention a few, and just yesterday we hosted a successful discussion through a webinar on effective and practical adaptation strategies for climate change in light of what is happening now. And we have noticed an increase in the number of attendees for our science engagement initiatives. I'd also like to mention that SACNASP has been involved in DSI initiatives like SciFest or the National Science Week, which are DSI initiatives. They are countrywide celebrations of science that involves various stakeholders, and our contribution is through science shows, webinars, and engaging with learners at high schools. And our CEO already mentioned that we recently developed a documentary on 4IR together with SASTA. Our targeted audience in terms of all our initiatives includes government departments, higher education institutions, like our chair already mentioned, and SACNASP is affiliated with a strong network of voluntary associations. We are currently affiliated with 47 of them, our natural scientists on our database, natural science students or graduates, the private sector, and the general public. For the student enrollment program, it was initiated in 2018 to create awareness about professional registration. This is across all the higher education institutions in South Africa, with the intention to build a pipeline for the next generation of skilled natural science professionals in South Africa. And to ensure that this pipeline is developed, SACNASP basically focuses on this student enrollment program and find mechanisms to assist these students at all levels. So how do we then assist the students? We have introduced soft skills interventions. Last year, we hosted various webinars on emotional intelligence, business environment skills, as well as ethics, to try and assist graduates and early career natural scientists. And we're also in the process of rolling out the candidate mentoring phase program for natural science graduates with the support of the accredited voluntary associations. And I'd like to mention that all the mentees who have been part of the Cnp program will be attending an ethics awareness training during the month of May, and in June there'll be attending a science communication workshop. And we basically believe that this investment in these young natural scientists will benefit South Africa substantially, and we hope to accelerate these interventions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matabane. Our registrations manager, Jessica Grobler, will now just take you through the demographics of our database and also our retention policy. I believe there was also one further question on risk mitigation, which I will address after Jessica. Thank you, Jessica.
Hi, good afternoon, Honourable Chair and members and colleagues. So there was a question about the demographics on our database. We currently have 59% Black, 32% white, 7% Asian, and 2% coloured, with very small numbers that work round off to 0% that are undisclosed. If we look at that is on our overall database. If we look at our candidates, which are our early career scientists currently in the mentorship phase, we have 80% Black. And then lower percentages for all the others. So we really can see that moving through the system, these demographics are changing. When we look at gender, we currently have 55% male and 45% female, which has changed. Last year, it was 57% male and 43% female. So as Sarah pointed out, we're registering more females than males each year, and thus our gender distribution is also slowly shifting to where we would like it to be. As regards retention, our biggest challenges around retention are the non-payment of fees. We have a large number of scientists whose registration we cancel because their fees are not paid. And this is despite us having made several accommodations for other scientists during the pandemic and when there were difficulties with income. But we do find struggle with retention from that aspect. We also obviously have scientists who are retiring or passing away, but that's a much smaller number. And we have a fairly significant number that immigrates and leave the country. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you very much. On the risk mitigation, I gather that is actually a written response. We are in the process of, we do have an RFQ for an ERM, which is waiting approval following the National Treasury note. As soon as we can go out on a quote or a tender on that, we will have an organisation assist us with our enterprise risk management. But we will also provide a risk mitigation notification, written notification to you following from this meeting. As far as I can see, we also, the whole area is without internet, but I believe we have addressed all of the questions that were asked. Prof. Napawe, do you want to finish off?
Thank you, Sarah and management. Yes, I was ticking, I believe all the questions were, we hope all the questions were answered. We acknowledge there were 3 areas where we were requested to provide written responses. One of them is the pathways report. The other one is the issue of the institutional review. And the last one is the issue of the challenges and our mitigation. I'll hand back to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your responses. Truly appreciate the time that you have taken aside. Of course, I don't think any of us have a choice but to be here. But we want to appreciate the fact that nonetheless you have appeared before us. I think I was just trying to look at my questions, or perhaps, ASSAf, if you were to just perhaps bring us into confidence in relation to the registration of scientists possibly having including a financial contribution of some form, how will we be able to ensure that that particular financial contribution does not become a barrier to scientists, particularly those that would have just graduated? And have we been able to benchmark on this matter with perhaps other professions like nursing, like doctors, and spaces like that, just to bring us into confidence on that matter? And then, I think I'll just leave it at that. I think I was referring to SACNASP. Sorry, I was referring to SACNASP. All these acronyms, sorry, they get to one from time to time. If colleagues could go ahead with that one.
Apologies. Okay, thank you, Chair. Sarah, can you attempt first?
Okay, also Honorable Makesi's hand has also gone up, so I'll also take her hand and then allow for colleagues to respond if that's okay.
Sorry, my apologies. Could you repeat the question?
All right. So in relation to a possibility of having a financial contribution in the registration of scientists, how can we ensure that that doesn't become a barrier to particularly newer upcoming scientists who have possibly just graduated, etc.? I don't know if that's clear.
We do have registration fees at the moment for candidates, candidate natural scientists. The objective we would like is to actually remove that barrier. For that, we would require additional funding to remove the barrier to candidate natural scientists and to the unemployed by reducing or almost eliminating those registration fees. Was that the question?
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood the intentions there. I think you provided better clarity on that matter.
Thank you.
Can I add, Chair?
Yes, you may go ahead.
Honorable Chair, your question, I've got two components also. In terms of benchmarking, we are probably the lowest in terms of registration fee compared to all other professions. The registration manager maybe can attest that if you compare to the legal professions, the medical professions, veterinary professions, engineering, our fees are quite very, very significantly very low compared to others. But the important element of your question that you are raising is on the issue of the unemployed graduates. So we are in discussion with the DSI in terms of mechanisms to zero rate the registration fees of the recently graduated unemployed graduates. But even as it is now, it's quite significantly low for that category. So the registration fee depends on the category. The candidates, once who are entering, it's very low. When you become a professional, that's when it increases. But we are already discussing with the DSI in terms of assisting those that are not able to afford. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I see Honorable Makesi's hand has gone up. Honorable Makesi.
Thank you, Chair. I think I also have a question on SACNASP. I kind of struggle in really understanding the real purpose of the existence of SACNASP. The reason why I say this is because normally, when you have, if you look at maybe the Council of Engineering, it actually assists you to be recognized as an engineer, and as well as, once you're registered with the Engineering Council, it assists you to be able to access jobs and also to be recognized. And also there's also the level of accountability, like in terms of if you have registered with the Council of Engineering, then, they know that you are on this kind of level, and this is what is expected of you. And therefore, should you not be able to provide the kind of service that you are required to, they can always fall back into the engineering science and kind of like, get more clarity, or maybe not get clarity, or, kind of like have them, because I'm just making an example of the Engineering Council of Science, of the registration of the Engineering Science Council, is that, there's that level of like, if you know somebody that is registered, you already know that, they are actually qualified and they'll be able to do the work. So there's that. But then with this SACNASP, on the other hand, I mean, I know of many people who have done, have studied natural sciences, and they haven't, there's no necessity necessarily for you to register with SACNASP, because you'll find work. And there's not that hanging burden of like, am I able to do work or not? There's no body that is there to sort of like justify, as long as you have the qualification from a particular university. So that basically automatically makes you eligible to be employed, and also as a scientist. And there isn't that kind of requirement, stringent requirements that we get with Nursing Council and all the other councils that the chairperson spoke about. So I'm saying that because, like, even myself personally, when I finished my degree in science, I automatically just went to go work. I didn't even know at that time that SACNASP exists, because, like, there is not that kind of requirement from the employer to say, are you registered with them? And therefore, we'll take you on condition that you're registered. So that, for me, it makes it I kind of wonder, like, is it really necessary? I know it's going to be maybe difficult for you to say, is it necessary for you to have your job? I mean, but it's just kind of like, for me, it makes it like, I feel like there is no compelling reason for people to register with science, and therefore there's no really a compelling need for the existence of it, because I don't understand really the function. Where do you come in? Because there's really no requirement for you to exist. There's no requirement for me as a scientist to be registered with you in order for me to access education, or in order for me to progress in my studies, and etc. So I don't know if you can be able to respond to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makesi. Colleagues are ready to respond. May go ahead.
Honourable Chair, I'll try, but my fellow council members who are still present may assist. I'll try to be very, very brief. In terms of the SACNASP NSP, National Science Profession Act 2003, it is actually a statutory requirement that you cannot practice if you're not registered. So maybe I should start there. So basically, SACNASP in its own space of natural science is doing exactly what EXA Engineering Council, Health Professional Councils, and other councils are doing. Maybe the discrepancy here is that in terms of the public, there is a perception that it's risky for a medical doctor who is not registered to consult. And they don't see that is necessary in the natural science space. And maybe that is really where I need to emphasize that actually there is actually more harm to the environment and to the public that comes from natural sciences than a single medical doctor who will then only harm one patient, whereas any unprofessional conduct by a scientist in chemistry or physics or in biological sciences could harm millions and millions of people and the environment at large. So, Honourable Member, Honourable Chair, we have got 47 VAs which represent different fields of practice, from, as I've indicated, agriculture, chemistry, physics, including firefighters. So it is important that if you're a firefighter with relevant qualifications in the physics, in the area of firefighting, you need to register with that professional authority, which then becomes us, and many other fields of practice. So I think maybe there are issues of historical problem. In the past, we also understand that SACNASP was not visible. We acknowledge that it was not visible. It was only for privileged few. But since the last few years, when we established ourselves as the council, we have made grounds. If you look at registration trends over the years, maybe we started at 5,000. Now we have over 14,000 registered scientists. And we are increasing our marketing campaigns to ensure that registration is a requirement. So in a nutshell, I really believe that the message that maybe we might have showed a lot of enabling environment, which is our contribution towards the national priorities, contribution towards transformation, and our science engagement. But the Act established SACNASP for two things, for regulations and for registration. All the scientists who are registered with us, 14,000, sign a code of conduct, meaning that we instill professional and ethical standards. There are examples of many cases of unprofessional conducts that have been reported to us, which we investigate, and this would not have been possible without SACNASP. I don't know if there are other members of the board who are in presence who can add on to this very important question. Thanks.
Thank you very much. This is Vanessa speaking. I want to say that Professor Nefawe, you have summarized it correctly. There's nothing more to add from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'd like to then check from the department if there's any closing remarks.
Chairperson, sorry about that. Thank you, Chair. I would like to maybe ask Umbulani to maybe say a word or two with regard to SANSA and Dr. Manzini as well, who are part of the delegation. Thank you, starting with Mr. Mudau. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DDG and Chair of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the honorable members. I just want to say on behalf of the DSI, this was one of the meeting which SANSA has presented, and we received so much useful and constructive inputs from the members. We have taken notice of all the issues as well as the guidance that was raised by the members, and that for most of them, in our bilateral with SANSA, will seek to provide you with written answers, as well as probably just also clarifying the role that the DSI play with regard to the oversight function, as well as providing strategic and policy direction to SANSA. So, Chair, I've taken note of all the inputs. The message that we're taking home today was, how do we work harder in ensuring that SANSA becomes relevant and responsive to the current societal challenges, as well as in positioning SANSA to respond to the future challenges that we may face as a country. So I would like to thank the acting CEO of SANSA, as well as the chairperson of the board, and that we assure you, members of the portfolio committee, that in our next engagement, we would provide a presentation that responds to most of the issues, as well as the guidance that you've provided. Thank you very much, DDG and Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mudau. Dr. Manzini, and probably on the SACNASP bill as well, where that process is at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG Zwane. Mainly it's appreciation on my side, but I'll leave it to you to convey that sentiment on behalf of the DSI. With respect to the to SACNASP, particularly the bill, will be coming back in relation to that. We noticed the interest and the serious questions that have been put across. And all I can say at this point is that the conversations are ongoing, and we will, when we are ready, come back to Parliament. Thank you, DDG.
Thank you, Dr. Manzini. Thank you, Chair. Maybe also if I can update on the SACNASP bill, it's been submitted to the, it's in the process of being submitted to the economic cluster. We are busy with that submission because it needs to go there before it goes to cabinet. I don't think I would have the exact timelines at this moment, but we will get back to you as Dr. Manzini has indicated. In terms of the last contribution, is just to thank all the entities that have presented, especially on working well with us in terms of putting together the APPs for this current financial year. Thank you to the chairpersons and thank you to the CEOs as well. Back to you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues from the department. And thank you very much to all the chairs and execs who were part of this morning's meeting. We really appreciate the work that you've done, the plans that you've put together. Of course, for us as a committee, we remain consistent in saying that transformation for science and innovation is a non-negotiable. And that is something that that is something that we are of the view as the committee is definitely not one of the strengths of the department and its entities in the sector at large at the moment. And so that is something that we as a committee really implore on the sector to continuously be cognizant of, and in all the work that we do, attempt to ensure that we work tirelessly to ensure that the science and innovation space is an inclusive space, a representational space, an intersectional space. And so that is something that we believe, should be cross-cutting. And so as you work on filling your vacancies led, by the department through its oversight role, the department ought to be intentional about ensuring that you take into consideration, the transformation of the space. We are aware of financial constraints within the sector, and that is something that we remain cognizant of. But we are glad to see that that doesn't stifle the planning of the sector. Colleagues continue to plan appropriately, regardless of the financial constraints we may have in the sector. Otherwise, I would like to believe that colleagues from the Secretariat have captured many of the observations and recommendations that have come from members, as well as the responses that have come from colleagues. We thank you very much for availing yourselves. I hope I haven't left out anything that I would have liked to say, but I think that is where I'd like to leave it. Of course, there are a number of matters that I think would also be important for us to lift from some of the engagements that we've had, particularly, where we want to see science have a direct impact on the socioeconomic development of the country, where we may want to zoom into the response of some of your entities to those critical matters. What really came up in this discussion were matters around climate change, and of course, if we were to be honest, is probably by and large influenced by what is currently happening in the country. And we also want to indicate to colleagues that we commit ourselves as well as a portfolio committee to not only task you and charge you with various responsibilities, but to also be there to support yourselves in a myriad of the plans and targets that you would like to meet, that we expect you to meet. And so we want to indicate to yourselves that our doors always open for where you may want our support as a portfolio committee. And I think that perhaps then is about it from our side. We are about to adopt the budget vote reports for higher education and training. So colleagues from various entities are more than welcome to excuse themselves at this point. Thank you so much. It's 13:25. Can we come back at 13:50, honorable members, to adopt the report? Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
We can go in already.
Thank you, Chair.
We don't need a break. We just want to go in.
Co-chairing, Honorable Litsi. Are we co-chairing?
No. I'm just chair. Internet is unstable.
I think Honorable Tiauti, it's Friday. We must finish. Must clean it, Chair.
Ngiyazile ukuthi uzongena, ngiyazile ukuthi uzongena.
I got cut off for a second there. I think it was a sign that we must come back at 13. What time did we say? 13:50 or 13:40?
13:30.
Oh,
13:30. 6 minutes. Where you? Hey, nina nihlele esiplasini. What's happening internet then? Yo, connectivity.
We're not Italians, some of us.
You're cutting. Was it because it's Friday? Your internet decided to take a day off. Start the weekend early.
No, I'm on load shedding as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm trying to. I've tried to log in through other means, but it's bad.
Yeah, no, it's bad. Anyway, I also had load shedding, Shem. I'm just joking with you, Honorable T.
I know, again, when you have alternate energy, you are a person of IPP.
That was yes.
Now I can't afford alternate energy.
Okay, 13:30 ihul. Are we adopting report?
Yes.
Anele. Sikhona sonke?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, honorable members. I believe and trust that you have all gone through the report. On my end, there are just some additions I would like to make, not even additions, perhaps some edits that I would like to make to the document that I've not concluded yet. Colleagues would be aware that it's a 60-page document. So yeah, I just think in some areas, a comma, etc. So that's the only thing. I think as far as I know, the ANC study group made their submissions yesterday to the Secretariat in terms of their analysis of the report. I don't know if there are any other members of the committee that have made any other additional contributions. Anele, if you could indicate, please. Can you come again, please?
I'm saying I've not yet received any other additions from members. Yes, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Anele. Honorable members, so I believe that the document, that's the latest document we've received, should be would have covered the contributions from the ANC component of the portfolio committee, and we are told that there haven't been any other submissions that have been made. Can I note members who would like to make any more additions or any other amendments to the report? Honorable Makesi, are we fine there by the DA? Okay, I see Honorable Mananiso's hand is up. So let me first start with Honorable Makesi. Honorable Makesi, are we fine there by the DA?
Yes, we're fine.
Okay, thank you. I don't see members from other parties here. So this report will adopt on their behalf. So I will then, if seeing as there are no other amendments to the report, I will take hands that seek to adopt the report and second the adoption of the report. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. To be precise, let me put it on record that I herewith adopt the 60 pages report as a true reflection of our deliberations in the PC. And I wish to actually acknowledge our supporting staff for doing their work excellently on daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Mananiso has moved for the adoption of the report dealing with the annual performance plan, strategic plan, and budget of the Department of Higher Education and Training. I'd now like to note a hand that seeks to second the adoption. I see Honorable Litzie's hand is up. Honorable Litzie.
Thank you very much, Chair. I first want to also join Honorable Mananiso in acknowledging the team from Parliament who wrote a comprehensive report, who did the research, who listened to members and they made contributions and all of that. I just felt we must thank, acknowledge our people in Parliament, from Anele to Tandukolo, to Shanaz from the science, Borene, Momampa, everybody, Dr. Arens and all of that. And then I would like to therefore second the report as it is, having noted that we made our submissions to the corrections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Litsie. Honorable Litsie has moved for this, has seconded, you can't say secondment, has seconded the adoption of the report. And indeed, I want to echo the sentiments of both members to say that we truly, truly, and we put this on record, and we know we're live on Facebook, so citizens are hearing us say this. We truly, truly appreciate the support that we receive from the committee secretariat on both ends, but I guess now we're dealing with higher education, so really want to appreciate the work that's done by the secretariat, work done by the content advisor, Memudiba, work done by the researcher, Dr. Adansa, and everyone who really supports the amazing work that we do as a committee. And I think for us as a committee, what will be most important is for us to continue monitoring and evaluating and playing our robust oversight on the plans of the department and ensuring that everything they've presented and written down comes to life, and that the lived realities of the many South Africans that we represent are better than they were yesterday. So really we want to thank you all. Honorable members, the report is adopted. Let us meet next week, Thursday, in the mini plenary to debate and engage on this report. We don't want to hear views that are different. Honorable Makesi, I agree. La Dumela, you agree with what is written in the report. So can we not hear different articulations? But we're not, you are protected. You can, you have the right to freedom of speech, but I think let's meet colleagues next week, Thursday. This meeting has officially come to an end. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.